Fox Sports.
We are the Fox. We are the West.
The Rangers and Marlins feature two of the most powerful home run mashers in the game. So far, they have not disappointed. 1-0 pitch, and that ball hit well out to left field, and no one's going to be able to catch that one. Gallo hammers another one into the left field corner, and that one is gone. Joey Gallo and Giancarlo Stanton have been instrumental as their Cubs have split the first two games of this series. Tonight, we see who can tip the scales in a decisive Game 3. Welcome to Rangers Baseball, presented by AT&T. We are ready for the final game in this three-game series. Rangers and Marlins interleague style, and a chance for the Rangers to win the series with a win tonight. Get within one game of 500, and maybe more importantly, stay right in the middle of this wild card race in the American League. Welcome, everybody. Great to be with you tonight. I'm Dave Raven with Mr. Ranger Tom Grieve. Last night, the Rangers with a real nice win. 10-4, had the home run bats going, and I suppose no surprise on a night when you get 4 home runs that Mike Napoli's in the middle of it.
No, it's not a surprise, Dave. It's been a nice month of July for Mike Napoli. He's hit 8 home runs this month. We're going to show him. That's second in the major leagues to Giancarlo Stanton, who has 11. He's also knocked in 15 runs this month. Last night, with a home run, a double, and a single, he broke an 0 for 14 streak. And in his last 12 games, he's hit 4 home runs, knocked in 8, and hit 282. Another guy who came up big last night was Nomar Mazara. Nomar was 0 for 26 before last night's ball game, but he answered with 3 hits and an RBI. And looking forward, Dave, as the season winds down, one of the keys for the Ranger offense is getting Nomar Mazara hot, and hopefully last night was a good step in that direction.
Yeah, a lot of encouraging signs from last night's win for the Rangers, and now today they want to continue that. Now, looking at the other side of things, the Marlins, we saw Giancarlo Stanton in the opening game do what he has done this year, 2 home runs. Last night, we saw Christian Yelich get loose, a sight that the Rangers have seen before.
Yeah, it's fun to watch this kid play. He's one of the coming stars in the National League. He's only 25 years old. Last night, he had a couple of doubles, and this, a 3-run homer against Cole Hamels. Last year, he hit 298, 21 home runs, knocked in 98. So he can play. And against the Rangers, he's been unbelievable. 15 for 26 with an OPS of 1505 in 6 career games. I would say, looking at that, he's one of the keys for the Rangers tonight, and Yu Darvish stopped Christian Yelich.
Well, it did. And speaking of Yu Darvish, he has the start tonight. A lot of eyes lately on Yu Darvish. Now, against the Marlins in the past, he has pitched quite well. We'll talk about that when we put him in the spotlight when we return. Rangers Baseball is brought to you by AT&T Internet. Visit AT&T.com/keepcalm to learn more. And by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Game of this three-game series, Rangers and Marlins. Fans heading in on this Wednesday night. We mentioned as we were going to break, Yu Darvish against the Marlins, and admittedly, they haven't seen a whole lot of one another. But man, he was good against him when he did face him. Time for our Shiner light blonde spotlight, and we look back on Darvish's start against the Marlins.
Yeah, this is a fun flashback to 2014 when Yu Darvish threw his only 9-inning complete game, and it was a dandy. He shut out the Marlins on that particular day. He's coming off a really nice game in his last start against Tampa Bay. 8 innings, 3 runs, 1 walk, and 12 strikeouts. You see in the shutout, his last game was a 12 strikeout game. Rangers need a win to win this series against the Marlins, and they've got the right guy on the mound tonight, and Yu Darvish.
Yeah, he was fantastic last time out in Baltimore. Maybe the best start he has had this year. Some 30 swings and misses in that game, and he was leaning heavily on that powerful four-seam fastball. We'll see what he goes with tonight. Now we take a look at the lineup that he'll see from the Miami Marlins. 45 wins, 53 losses. D. Gordon, Giancarlo Stanton up at the top. We talked about Yelich. Ichiro Suzuki getting a rare start in right field tonight. And you see over 3,000 hits in his career. So it's going to be a fun one tonight with Suzuki and Beltre both starting. Tomas Pelis, the first baseman today, batting 8th for Miami.
And we'll take a look at the pitch selection that Yu Darvish faces. His pitch arsenal averages out at 94 miles an hour. 53% of the time it's a fastball. Also a cutter 14% of the time. His slider at times is unhittable. Throws that quite a bit, almost a third of the time. And he also mixes in a curveball 6% of the time. Tonight's Rangers defense is delivered by Texas Department of Transportation. A couple of changes in the defense tonight. Drew Robinson gets the start in center field. Carlos Gomez gets the night off. Joey Gallo is around in left. Napoli and Beltre at the corners of the infield. Elvis and Rubned up the middle. Mazzara in right, and Jonathan Lucroy is behind the plate.
Well, Robinson getting that start in center field, as you point out. Carlos Gomez, this allows Jeff Bannister to give Gomez 2 nights off. Carlos apparently working through a little soreness in his left oblique, so a couple of days to rest that. Robinson with a chance to get some time in center field. All right, well, the Rangers looking for a win at home in this one to win the series. You can see the last 6 games at home have gone pretty well for this club. Most notably, perhaps, is the .217 earned run average.
The Rangers have pitched well over that period of time. They swung the bats well. 6 home games, they've hit 11 home runs. So the long ball's been there, but that's not new. That's been there all season long. Rangers over the next couple of months be shooting to continue to hit the long ball, and also probably string together some more base hits for some more rallies without the home run on days where the home run's just not there, usually because the other pitcher's been very good.
Now we are set to go tonight. Yu Darvish, 30 years old, making his 22nd start of the year, and his first pitch on the way. This one is hit well out to right field. Mazzara goes back and looks up. It is gone. D. Gordon's first home run of the year, and it's on the first pitch of the game.
Well, if there's ever a time where you feel like you can get ahead of a hitter with a fastball, that would be it. You don't want to walk D. Gordon. You want to get ahead with a fastball. He hadn't hit a home run all season long, and the first pitch is an inside fastball at 93 miles an hour, and Gordon ambushes him and hits the ball out of the ballpark for the first time. That's just one tough to figure that one out.
Well, I feel like we talk a lot this year about teams putting big power in the leadoff spot and how it changes that dynamic a little bit. And this is the one time it seems that the Rangers have seen a team with no power in that leadoff spot, and Gordon still strikes with the leadoff homer. Stanton now stands in. And you'd understand if the guy's attention wanders a little bit ahead to his looming at bat. He is the guy you circle on the lineup card. You have to stop him. 32 home runs, most in the major leagues.
D. Gordon coming into this season had hit 9 home runs in 2,100 at bats. So he has not only not shown power this year, he's not really shown power in his career. He's just not a power hitter. If I was D. Gordon, I have a big smile on my face too. First one of the year. That feels good.
It's been over 100 games since he had hit a home run, going back to late September last year. And there's a swing and a miss by Stanton. And a good fastball, 96 miles per hour from Darvish, his first strikeout victim of the night.
And that's what we saw in his last start against Tampa Bay. A lot of good fastballs above the belt, right by the hitter. And Stanton had seen a variety of pitches in that at bat, and he was just not ready for that pitch. It's out of the strike zone, and just kind of waved at it.
One big out, and here is Christian Yelich. .284 batting average for Yelich. He was talking about his big night last night. RBI double in the first, doubled again in the third, hit the home run in the 5th inning yesterday. His 10th of the year.
Yelich is having a good season this year. 284, 10 home runs, 51 knocked in. Probably is not going to reach the level that he had last year when he had a breakout year. He hit almost 300, 298. Hit 21 home runs and knocked in 98 runs. He's only 25 years old, but after this year he will have had 4.5 years of service time.
Swinging a high fly ball center field. Robinson is back at the wall, and he leaps but could not come up with a baseball. And that is a home run for Yelich. Couple of solo shots in this first inning. Marlins lead 2-0.
The last game where you pitched exceptionally well against Tampa Bay, he gave up 3 home runs. They were all solo home runs. And that fastball is right down the middle of the plate. I think what you is finding out in this game is the Marlins are taking advantage of the location of those 2 fastballs. Gordon's was on the inside part of the plate, middle of the plate. Yelich's was right down the middle of the plate, and he hit it right back up the middle, 400 feet.
Zuna steps in and fouls off strike 1. So not the start that Yu Darvish was hoping for tonight. Home run by Gordon, a home run by Yelich. Big right-hander to the plate, and this one fouled away. It's 0-2. Darvish, 6 wins, 8 losses, a .344 earned run average. A lot of his numbers put him in the top 10 in the league, many a category, and yet Rangers have not won behind him. They just have not scored for him lately. 6 runs in his last 6 starts, and so to start in a 2-0 hole right away, no doubt a bit discouraging. Take some time here with Jonathan Lucroy to decide what exactly they want to do with Osuna at 1 and 2. Big swing and a miss, and Osuna down on strikes 2 away.
That hard slider. You swing at that pitch, you're coming up empty. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, we talked about the pitch that Darvish threw Yelich was right down the middle of the plate. there's a lot of pitches that are right down the middle of the plate that don't get hit out of the ballpark. It's a 94-mile-an-hour pitch. So just because it was a good hitter's pitch doesn't mean you can take anything away from Yelich. You still have to hit that ball and drive it 410 feet to hit it out of center field. But it's not like every time you miss and throw it down the middle of the plate, the hitter takes advantage and gets a base hit or a home run. Most of the time he doesn't. Just in this game, both of those times they have taken advantage of it and done it.
Well, now Realmuto in a hole here, 0-2. Darvish has gotten ahead. Does have a couple of strikeouts. But deals with a dangerous hitter in Realmuto, a .303 average, 10 home runs for him. Bouncer left side. Beltre waits on the high hop. Pulls over to first, and they get Realmuto to win the inning. But a couple of solo home runs by the Marlins, and they get off to the quick start tonight. Rangers just now coming to bat. A warm one here at Globe Life Park, and we go to the bottom of the first inning. So the Rangers will go to work as we take a look at our Southwest starting lineup. And Chu leading it off as the DH tonight. Beltre in that cleanup spot. Highest average against any team against the Marlins at .367. Odor today batting 6th. Lucroy Gallo and Drew Robinson in center field rounds things out, batting 9th.
We'll check out the pitches from Jose Urena. Half the time he'll throw a fastball, a mid-90s fastball. He has a good changeup, throws that almost 20% of the time, has a good slider, and he'll mix in a sinker too, which gets his fastball arsenal up over 50%. Guy that's been a reliever, has been a starter, really had never distinguished himself at the big leagues, but having what I guess you'd have to term a little bit of a breakout year, 8-4 with a .378 ERA.
Well, his first pitch tonight, just a little bit off the plate, ball 1-2. You can see though, 97 miles per hour, very live arm, and weigh in with that one to make it 2-0. And that's the other thing you note when you look at the numbers for Urena. He's hit 11 guys this year. You don't always know exactly where it's going. And he's gone with 3 balls to Shin-Soo Choo. That was quick, so he walks 2 on 4 pitches. And that's how we start the bottom of the first.
Well, it's a good start for the Rangers after giving up a couple. Get your leadoff man on first base after only 4 pitches. If anyone on the Ranger team that's going to walk like that, it's Shin-Soo Choo.
So now Elvis Andrus. Yesterday, Elvis had 2 hits in 5 tries, a triple, RBI single. Ranger wants to keep an eye on Choo. 9 steals this year in 11 tries. And there's his first strike of the night. That one at 96 miles per hour. One and one, as Tom mentioned. In and out of the rotation each of the last 3 years, including this season. 2015 came up, made his debut against Atlanta. Made 9 starts that year. 11 times came out of the bullpen, pitched to a 5.25 ERA. This one fouled sharply by Andrus. He got 1 and 2.
Well, you could see how Urania could be successful with a mid-90s fastball and the movement that he has that causes it to shoot in on a right-handed hitter. If he can harness that and consistently pound the right-hand hitters in and then feature that hard slider away, pretty good combination. A little bit raw, it looks like. Still learning his craft at the big league level, but putting together a nice season. Opponents have only hit .237 against him.
Yeah, his numbers this year are a marked improvement over the previous 2 seasons. I mentioned his numbers 2 years ago. Last year, made 12 starts, so a little bit more action in the starting rotation. 16 relief appearances, but his ERA was 6.13. Andrus serves this one out to right center field. That one drops down and will roll for a little while. Choo into third base, and they'll be stopped there. A double by Elvis Andrus. And so the Rangers have second and third, nobody out in their half of the first inning.
Oh, nice job by Elvis. Got an off-speed pitch and stroked it over second base into the gap in right center field. Looked like a slider. Maybe Urania didn't get it quite as far away as he wanted to, but nevertheless, a nice job by Elvis, who took that outside pitch in the direction you want to take that pitch. Right center field. Great job. Mazara, who had 3 hits last night with the infield back up the middle and at first base. Great chance to bring in a run here. Get the Rangers tied. Second and third, nobody out.
So now Mazara, we talked about him in the open. Great night last night with 3 hits. Turned that one foul. I don't know how he got to that ball. That was going right in on his kneecaps.
Yeah, that's a pitch that was probably 8 inches inside. You know, you want to be aggressive in this situation. Obviously, you've got men to bring in. He's feeling good at the plate after 3 hits last night, but all that's going to do is get you in a hole right there. Pitch not even close to being a strike.
Off the plate, 1-1 the count. So Choo opened with a 4-pitch walk. He's now at third base after the Elvis double. Great start to this bottom of the first inning. Zara lifts this one high in the air back of home plate, and that will end up in the seats.
That pitch looked like it might have been a little bit inside.
One and 2. And this one over to the left side and fading away foul.
Nice play down the left field line.
There you go. Yeah. Got a glove, got a foul ball, and got a lot of high fives. Well, big spot for Nomar. You can see with runners in scoring position this year, what the Rangers fewest in Major League Baseball, 705 of them. And they have struggled a little bit in that department coming through in those rare opportunities since the All-Star break. That said, last night a much different story. They were 5 for 7 with runners in scoring position last night. Conversation as Realmuto heads out to the mound.
Take a look at the Marlins defense. Osuna and Yelich are in the outfield again, but Ichiro Suzuki will get the start in right field. Aviles and Gordon up the middle. Derek Dietrich for the 3rd straight night is at third. Tomas Talise is at first. Rangers traded him to the Marlins in the Sam Dyson trade. And JT Realmuto is behind the plate. So Talise, normally a catcher, playing first base tonight. There's Tomas. Spent some time with the Rangers.
Well, now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Mazara. Got a pitch to hit. Puts it high in the air out to right field. Suzuki, though, will have room. And he makes the catch. 2, tags at third base. He'll score. Sac fly for Mazara. Gets the Rangers on the board and gets back one of those runs allowed in the top of the 1st. And now Andrews just 90 feet away. You know what's on the line these days with Adrian Beltre. Closing in on 3,000, 7 short. First pitch on the way to him, and that one a little bit in.
That was a good at bat for Nomar. Got himself in a hole by swinging at a couple of pitches out of the strike zone. But then he battled back in the count, got the count to 2-2, and just missed that one. He got underneath it. Otherwise, that had home run potential. Hit right off the barrel of the bat. Good at bat. Not only got the runner in from third base, but it was deep enough to where the runner at second base ended up at third with 1 out. Good job by Nomar, coming off a 3-hit game last night. And you could tell in that at bat that he felt good. Swung at a couple of pitches out of the strike zone, but he had a lot of good swings. Looked confident. Whoa, there's a move you don't see very often.
I like that move. I don't know why we don't see that one a little more often.
I know we haven't seen it yet this year. Pickoff move at third from a right-hand pitcher. See it a lot the other way. The lefty going to first.
1-1 to Beltre. And it is in. We mentioned it earlier, but Adrian Beltre, .367 average against the Marlins in his career, and he spent some decent time in the National League. That's the best against any one opponent in his career. Always helpful. Gets ahead now 3-1. Urena has had to work in his first inning. His next offering will be his 20th pitch. And he has recorded just the 1 out. Andrews at third. Beltre sitting in a very favorable spot here, 3-1. Infield drawn in. That's a full count.
Urena's thrown 20 pitches, more balls than strikes, 11-9.
Pretty good gum game going so far tonight, too.
He does.
3-2. And that is outside. He walks Beltre. And the Rangers have him on the corners. Still only 1 out. It's a great spot now for Mike Napoli. See the numbers for Napoli last night. Another home run. Rangers hit 4 home runs last night. For Napoli, just continued what has been a great July for him in terms of power. 8 home runs in the month, most in the American League. Only Giancarlo Stanton in the National League with these Marlins has more.
And Knapp hit the ball hard last night in addition to the home run. Also had a double and a single that were hit really hard.
Pop up out into short right field, and Ichiro able to get there to make the play, and there are 2 out.
Batting sixth, the second baseman, number 12,
That's a big out for Urania, but not out of the woods yet. Rougned Odor's hit 3 home runs in the last 3 games. Odor's home run yesterday came in the 5th inning. Solo homer. He's now Real Muto. After getting some signs from the dugout, he relays them to his infielders. So Odor .215 average, but 20 home runs, and that one way inside. Our TXU Energy Power Player to watch. Why, you may ask? Well, the first second baseman in Major League history to have multiple 20-homer seasons before turning 24 years old. That is pretty impressive. Hits this one on the ground and hit sharply, but Gordon able to corral it. He throws to first just in time to get Odor, and the inning is done. Rangers will have to settle for the 1 run. They leave a pair. We've played 1 full inning tonight, 2-1 Miami. The second inning. And our Kubota power stats tonight. Yu Darvish recently passed Nolan Ryan as 4th all-time in Rangers history with 957 strikeouts. A very big part of his game is Suzuki. Fouls off strike 1. Ichiro, 223 for the year. Couple of home runs, 9 driven in.
You know, Ichiro's a guy that's not known for his power, but at the same time, like Gordon did, if he goes up there thinking about it and you groove one to him, and he can do the same thing.
Pulls this one foul, and the count is 0-2. Nice play down there. Darvish jumps ahead, goes with a fastball, rolled out to Andrews, and that is out number 1 in the second inning. Hey, Fox Sports Southwest and the Texas Rangers want you to celebrate summer with Summer Ticket Days. Great seats in the Cholula, all-you-can-eat porch for just $34. Log on to Texas Rangers specials and use the coupon code FSSW Summer. Looks like some pretty good company up there tonight. Here's Derek Dietrich. He's up there swinging away at the first pitch. Marlins have been aggressive this first time through the order. Ball 1 strike. And clearly, you would think, having watched his last outing at Tampa Bay, I mean, he leaned heavily on the fastball. Looks like the Marlins decided, well, we'll anticipate the fastball. And Darvish threw an inordinate number of strikes in that last start. I mean, he was in the zone all night. So probably not a bad strategy to figure, hey, odds high I'm going to get a fastball. Probably just as high that it's going to be a strike. I might as well go after it.
Well, as a hitter, I would be on board with that philosophy, because the last thing you want to do against Yu Darvish is get behind in the count and then have to worry about his slider. But if you feel like you're going to get some fastballs early in the count, it's probably what you want to swing at.
Well, Dietrich fell behind, got the slider there, and that one just missed the corner. Not by much.
One of those could have been strikes.
Now the 2-2. Another slider, and that's called strike 3. Third strikeout tonight for Darvish.
Well, that pitch is right down the middle of the plate. If you think that pitch is a ball, you just didn't see it. This ball looks like it hit something and then caroms to the right, to the left. Right there, and boom, back it comes. Right in the center of the plate, lower part of the strike zone. No doubt about that one.
Well, now Telis, and he takes a fastball for strike 1. Telis was recalled from AAA New Orleans yesterday. This is his 3rd call-up of the season. He swings and misses at the slider. He's having a good year down at New Orleans, a .279 average. Oh, 2. And he swings and misses that one in the dirt. Lucroy is going to have to finish it off with a strike to first. A couple more strikeouts in the second inning for Darvish. He needs just 11 pitches to get it done. When we come back, Joey Gallo will be batting second for the Rangers. Had a pair of home runs last night. Second inning, Jonathan Lucroy, Joey Gallo, and Drew Robinson in a 2-1 game. Interleague play this year, boy, has it worked out well for the Rangers. 11 wins, 3 losses. And just about any way you slice it, they have loved playing National League baseball, or at least National League baseball teams. Here's Jonathan Lucroy, and he takes strike 1 from Jose Urena. Lucroy with the on-base average smidge under 300 at this point of the season. Yesterday was hit by a pitch, also reached on an infield hit. Shoot this one foul out of play and keep the count 0-2. Now Lucroy getting time behind the plate. Brett Nicholas is up with the ball club, has been on this homestand just in case he's needed. He's doing a great job at AAA Round Rock. And we continue to monitor Robinson Chirinos. Bouncing ball shortstop, bobbled for a moment by Aviles. But a soda first in time to get Lucroy nonetheless.
That's a second hard hit out in a row. With men on first and third, the last out of the first, Rugi hit a ball like this to the second baseman that almost handcuffed Gordon. That's a shot by Lucroy that Aviles knocks down and has to get rid of quickly to complete the out. A couple of hard hit outs on the ground.
So 1 gone, and it brings up Joey Gallo. Gallo put on a show last night. Turns away from strike 1. Talking to Joey before the ball game today. And that's another start in left field. A little sense that playing in the outfield can be a tad more relaxing for him. You know, a little less to worry about than on either of the corners of the infield, and maybe a chance that it helps his offense.
Yeah, what came across to me was he is a good athlete. He runs well, he throws really well. Probably a chance for him to show his athleticism more in the outfield than he could at third or first.
We've talked a lot about his great arm too. There are a lot of aspects of this game that Joey Gallo pretty much mastered as he evens count at 2-2 with that big swing. But I mean, you're talking about a guy who's got a 100-mile-an-hour fastball in that arm somewhere. Yes, he has in the past. We've seen him show it off. He throws across the diamond. That could be an added element in the outfield, though, as he fouls one off and it stays 2-2. Gallo yesterday homers in his first 2 at-bats. Gave him 25 for the year. Full count. We see a lot of shifts on powerful left-handed hitters. They're getting to the point now where there's almost no one on the left side of the infield. Oftentimes you'll put a token infielder over there. I mean, in this case, that is wide open, and now a swing and a miss. Gallo, the first strikeout victim tonight for Urena.
Yeah, it's a changeup that Urena throws 89 or 90 miles an hour. But with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, the change of speed, and that was a good one. That ball really tailed away. You can see the circle change. He throws it with his last 3 fingers. The grip makes the ball go slower and also accounts for that nice movement that it had tailing away from Joey.
Drew Robinson gets a start in center field tonight. Now, he's not appeared in any of the last 7 games. His playing time has been pretty sporadic. But when he has been in there, Robinson has done a pretty good job of getting on base. He's reached safely in each of his first 6 major league starts. his 4th go-round with the big club this summer. Two and two.
Turned it into a pretty good pitch for him early in the game. He really hasn't commanded his fastball that well. That pitch has worked for him.
Robinson stays alive. Drew has shown us really good power. He hit 11 home runs in 66 games at AAA Round Rock, but in just 6 major league starts has 3 home runs already. Rangers 2-2, and that is a little bit high. Full count. Well, Rangers pitch count kind of get your attention. 42 pitches here in the 2nd inning. This is his 4th 3-ball count of the night already. And Robinson shoots this one to the left side and foul. Good extended at bat for Robinson. 8th pitch of the at bat, and he swings and misses. Strike 3. Ureña's 2nd strikeout of both the inning and the game. We've played 2 so far tonight. It's 2-1 Miami.
Rangers trailing at the Marlins 2-1, and it is time for the progressive fan of the game. And it's been brought to my attention that I may have been leaving out a certain demographic, the young male in the progressive fan of the game. So I thought, what better than a bachelor party to welcome to the progressive fan of the game. Clayton Stiles getting married when?
On Friday. We're getting married on Friday. So
anything you want to say to your beautiful bride-to-be?
That I love you, Annie, and I can't wait to marry you. So.
Oh, you're off to a great start, buddy. And take her a progressive fan of the game back. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Guys.
Emily, that, you know, one of the braver forays into the crowd going into the bachelor party tonight. High fly ball on into short left field, heading foul, but Gallo able to track that down just before the line for out number 1 in this 3rd inning. Turn it back over to the top of the order. D. Gordon heading to the plate in a 2-1 game. Time for a Chevy game break as we send it back once again to Dana Larson.
Dave, Todd Frazier hit into a triple play last night in his first at-bat as a Yankee at home. Different result today. He goes deep for his first home run with the Bronx Bombers to make it 9-2. Yankees go on to win 9-5 over Cincinnati. Dave.
Oh, I thought Frazier would be excited. That guy was excited.
Made a couple of excited fans there.
And here's D. Gordon now, and he takes strike 1 from Darvish.
I can't believe we don't have the stat that says Frazier became the first player in 42 years to hit into a triple play in his first at bat with a new team after being traded.
And then homer the next day.
And then homer the next day. Became the only player to ever do that.
Yeah. Gordon watches another strike at the count 0-2. That's funny. We didn't even do the research on that, but I'm comfortable with that.
I think someone's looking for it right now.
Well, Gordon didn't waste any time in the first inning when he homered off of Darvish. Now, watch 2 strikes, fights this one off to keep the count 0-2. We mentioned that it had been a long time since Gordon had hit a home run. Not a big part of his game. And the last home run came last September. It was the day after the Marlins on one of the more disappointing, saddest days of the year last year. We learned that they had lost their teammate Jose Fernandez in a boating accident the night before. As Gordon bounces it to second base, Odor right there, and are 2 away. Gordon came up in that game and got into the right-handed batter's box as a tribute to Fernandez.
That's nice.
And then got back into the other side after taking a pitch, got back in the other side, left side, hit a home run, as you pointed out earlier, still fewer than 10 in his career.
Right. What a moment for him.
In tears all the way around the bases.
Wow.
Really one of those amazing moments last season. See the number 16 patch that they wear this year in memory of their old teammate.
You just have to think that circumstances in the universe can just conspire to allow that to happen.
Stanton takes one down low for a ball. I don't know what it is too, but baseball gives us those kind of moments more than just about any other sport.
Yeah. Yeah, he would have been thrilled with a base hit.
Stanton holds off, watches ball 2. I mentioned Gordon hit that home run in the first. Christian Yelich, who waits on deck, he hit a home run, but since that point, Darvish has retired the next 7 Marlins. Falling behind here though, 3-0. Good fastball. Stanton taken all the way.
I'm surprised Stanton was taken right there. In fact, I don't know why he would be taking 2 outs and nobody on.
Darvish at 3-1. And he just misses the outside corner. So he walks. Stanton, first walk he has issued tonight. Well, the Baltimore Orioles coming to town this weekend, Friday night, the opener of the series. And you can come on out to the ballpark and enjoy a post-game fireworks show set to Texas music. Fans can also receive a 20% discount on upper reserve tickets by using the coupon code FIREWORKS at TexasRangers.com/specials. A warm Wednesday night here as we wrap up this series. Yelich watches ball 1 in the dirt. Tomorrow an off day for the Rangers, so they will get a day just to relax here at home. Starting the second half on a long 10-game road trip right back for this interleague series. I'll finally get a breather. Darvish with a check of Stanton, but he's not going anywhere. And Yelich just about swings from underneath his helmet. 1-1. I know, Tom, we'd be remiss in not inviting fans to come out, or at least drawing their attention to the fact that with the games left on this homestand, you know, you might be wise if you've considered, yeah, maybe I'll go out to a Rangers game this summer. Yeah, he's 7 hits away from 3,000. You got a chance to witness big time history if you come out. Bouncer, second base. Odor will make the routine play to first, hit Yelich, and in the inning. So a scoreless third takes us to the bottom of the third inning. Rangers trail by 1. Well, coming up, the big moment at the end of this month. That is the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies in Cooperstown. And Pudge, a first ballot Hall of Famer, will be there with the Rangers hat on. Jeff Bagwell with the Astros. Tim Raines of the Expos. A great three-man class this year in Cooperstown. Tom, I know you're going, right?
Yeah.
You're leaving soon.
I'll be part of the Ranger contingent. I'll be on the charter flight with I'm not sure how many other people, probably 90 or 100 other people. I'm certain that a lot of people will be traveling on their own up there to watch it. A lot of Ranger fans. I'm very happy that I'm going to be staying in a house with Sandy Johnson, who was the scouting director for us back when Pudge was signed. Sandy very instrumental in Pudge Rodriguez signing with the Rangers, and for the joy that it brought all of us having a chance to watch Pudge play for us all those years. I'm sure we'll get a chance to reminisce about all the details of the tryout camp that he and Doug Gassaway went to when Pudge was signed, how quickly he went through the minor leagues, and how quickly he got to the big leagues. Might even talk about when he got called up from Tulsa, supposed to get married at home plate. He told him to come the next day, and he said, no, I can get married, but I'm not going to miss a chance to come to the big leagues. I'm not taking any chances. I'll be there right now. And he was. Went to Chicago, got a couple of hits, gunned out Joey Cora by 10 feet, and never looked back.
Bouncer down to first base, and Ellis hung with it. They didn't chew one away. Well, you talked about Sandy Johnson and Doug Gassaway, the tryout camp for Pudge. All the time we talked about the draft being a crapshoot, and you know, when you're scouting internationally, you're signing these kids at very young ages. You don't necessarily know what you're getting. How confident were you guys at the time? What did you think of Pudge when he was just little Pudge?
Well, I didn't see Pudge at the time, so I really can't say what I thought when I saw Pudge. But listening to Sandy talk about Pudge, I was very confident that he was going to be a big league player. Now, you have no idea when a kid is 16 how much he's going to hit. But based on what Sandy said about his catching at 16, he talked about the things that we saw over time at the big league level. His incredible quickness with his feet to get in position to throw, his arm strength, his hands, all those things. And I think Sandy said at the time that there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that it's a sure thing that he will catch in the big leagues. Now, he didn't go on to say, and he's going to go to the Hall of Fame or he's going to be an all-star. Just based on his defensive ability that he saw in a tryout camp, he felt confident he was going to be a big league player.
2-1 to Andrews. Little tapper out to the mound. Urania, good job of staying with it and takes care of Elvis for the first, rather second.
We go back and look a little bit about that defense. See how quickly he gets his feet in position, how quickly he delivers the ball to Julio Franco at second base to make that tag. I think that was Joey Cora. Pudge doesn't know where it's at. Makes a pretty nice comeback to catch that ball. And anybody that has had the chance to watch Pudge, the thing that just stands out, he's like Adrian. The joy he has when he plays and the smile on his face, the charisma that he had. He connected with the Ranger fans like very few other players we've ever had here. And when he would play on the road, that smile connected to visiting fans as well.
A lot like that guy right there, waiting on deck. 1-0 to Mazzara. Bouncer up the middle. Gordon to his right. Nice play. And the dig at first. Good enough to get Mazzara and complete a 9-pitch and perfect third inning for Jose Urania. We go to the fourth. October 4th, 2003. This is a little Marlins history, a little Pudge history right here. Game 4, National League Division Series. JT Snow trying to score, and guess who? It's Pudge with that great block of JT Snow.
Which one was worse? Well, I haven't seen that play in a long time, but the thing that stands out is Pudge easily could have made a swipe tag from where he was, but he jumped right back into the middle of the baseline, anticipating that collision, ready for it, took that collision, got the out, then got tackled by the pitcher even harder than the hitter hit him, the base runner hit him.
Breaking ball, and Ozuna finds this one out to left field. That one over the head of Joey Gallo. And Ozuna will cruise to second with a leadoff double.
You got Ozuna on strikes in the first inning with a really good slider down and away, a little bit out of the strike zone. This breaking ball hung, stayed out over the plate. A hitter has no chance to hit the good one, but when you hang one, it increases your odds significantly, and Ozuna is a very good hitter, a .311 hitter. 8th in the league in home runs, 6th in RBI, so he's a dangerous guy if you hang a breaking ball to him, and that's what happened on that pitch.
So Darvish will have to deal with a base runner here. First pitch to Real Muto, and that one into left field for a base hit. Gallo comes up with it quickly, and no chance for Ozuna to score from second base, but the Marlins have him on the corners with nobody out. So the Marlins got a couple of solo shots in the first inning. Lead 2-1. I'm trying to build something again here in the fourth as Ichiro Suzuki comes to the plate.
The Marlins haven't scored as many runs on the season as you would expect when you look at their key guys and how good they are. The whole lineup as a group hasn't scored a lot of runs, but when you face the middle of the lineup, the top of the lineup, Gordon, Stanton, Yelich, Ozuna, Realmuto, those five can hold their own with most lineups.
First pitch to Ichiro. Misses for a ball. He's 0 for 1. Grounded out to short. Darvish with a long set. It's 1-1. We're talking about Pudge as we anticipate his induction into the Hall of Fame. Well, less than a week now, and when you talk about Pudge, obviously the offensive numbers were as good as any from behind the plate, but defensively he really was just step functions better than anybody else.
Well, he's one of those catchers that shut down the other team's running game. He threw out somewhere between 45 and 50% of base stealers. And the other thing he did was when a runner was at first base, he kept him close to make it more difficult to go first or third or to score on a double, because if the batter took the pitch, he could get the ball to first base so quickly. The runner at first just couldn't take much of a secondary lead. Otherwise, Pudge would pick him off. I don't think I've ever seen any catcher get rid of the ball quicker with more on it on a pickoff throw to first than Pudge. He would just do it from a crouch.
2 balls and a strike on Suzuki. Rangers willing to concede the run for the double play, and a bouncer foul. It's 2-2.
I've always felt that Pudge is one of those players, he's a catcher, that could have played any position. If early in his career he was switched to shortstop or second base with his hands and his quickness and his arm strength, he easily could have done that. Outfield would have been a cinch for him. First base would have been a challenge only in that he wasn't tall. But he could have played any position on the field, and with his arm he certainly could have learned how to pitch too.
Ichiro lifts this one high in the air out to right field. Long run out there for Mazzaron. He can't get to it. It bounces up into the Rangers bullpen for an automatic double. So Suzuki drives in a run. Ozuna scores. Realmuto has to stop at third base.
This is a game, and especially an inning, where Yu's location has hurt him. That's a slider similar to the one that Ozuna hit right down the middle of the plate. And Suzuki drove it into the gap in right center field. Pitch to Realmuto was a first pitch fastball right down the middle of the plate. So not a question of stuff tonight, but Marlins have taken advantage of a lot of pitches in the hitter zone that haven't been quality pitchers' pitches.
Good fastball that time to Dietrich for a strike. Dietrich struck out looking in the second inning. Double, a single, a double this inning.
Talking about other things that Pudge could do, I've seen him on a number of occasions take batting practice left-handed. And if you walked into the stadium as a major league scout to watch batting practice and you didn't know who Pudge was and you saw him hitting batting practice left-handed, you would say, whoa, this guy's got a great swing. He can really hit. So there's probably no doubt that if he started in the rookie league, well, he didn't play in the rookie league, but if he started in Gastonia, he probably could have been a very successful switch hitter. He also had the knack of imitating other players, whether it was their batting stance or their pitching style. He had a great imitation of Nolan Ryan's pitching style. And he also had a great curveball. So when you watched him do that with his arm strength, first thing that came to mind was if he wanted to, he could easily have been a pitcher.
Hard bouncer up the middle by Dietrich. Realmuto is in. Ichiro will score. 2 runs across on the Dietrich 2-run single. Marlins lead it 5-1 in the 4th inning.
That was a high fastball, probably a little bit out of the strike zone, so give some credit to Dietrich. That high strike, high fastball in his last start against Tampa Bay was very successful. That one got turned around, turned into a 2-run single. Tough inning so far. 4 well-hit balls in a row, nobody out.
Dietrich still over at first. There's the Lease, 0 for 1. And he's bunting, pops this one up, but fouling out of play. I wonder for Darvish, you know, this start, we were told today, will be his last before the trade deadline. For what it's worth, no one specified the trade deadline in laying that out, but the way the rotation falls with off days, etc., the next Darvish start will likely be on August 1st, and so the trade deadline will be over, and his is the name that has been thrown around so visibly and anxiously this last week in the national media as one of the big targets potentially for other teams as they work their way toward the trade deadline. And the question that continues to be asked is whether or not John Daniels would even trade Yu Darvish. But all the reports are is that he's at the very least listening. Fouled away, the count 1-2. I wonder how much of that gets to a guy.
I think everybody's different. You just don't know. Players aren't going to talk about it. They're going to say they don't think about it. They try not to think about it, but deep down inside, I think it affects everybody differently. But unless you're in an unusual situation, I don't think anybody likes it or looks forward to being traded. Most players like it where they are.
Well, Darvish has been public about that. He loves it. 1-2. And he strikes out the Lease. 1 away. For a little more on that, let's check in with Emily Jones.
Yeah, and obviously this is foreign territory for Yu Darvish. This is the first time his name has been associated as a possible trade chip. He did say that he's spoken with his family about it. I'm sure just trying to prepare them in case something were to happen, but he has not spoken with anyone in the front office about a possible trade. He's trying, like you guys said, not to focus on it, but realizes that it's part of the business of baseball. It's just the first time he's going through it. So a bit of a learning process for him as well as to how to handle it.
Well, the first offering now to Aviles misses for a ball. Yeah, I would imagine it's a great challenge for everybody. First time through it, second time. I mean, some guys might get used to it eventually.
I think once you've been traded once, it's a lot easier. The first time, especially if you've been with an organization for a long time, and especially if you came up through the minor leagues with players and their families have known each other for a long time. The first time is, I think, a very emotional and difficult time. After that, not so much.
2 away on that weak fly ball to center field, and now it brings up D. Gordon. (5-1) Marlins. Darvish works in his 4th inning, 58 pitches in. There has been some activity out on the Rangers bullpen this inning.
It's another game where Yu has thrown a lot of strikes, 43 strikes, only 15 balls, as he did in his last start. In his last start against Tampa Bay, 77% of his pitches were strikes. The difference today is there's been a lot of strikes that haven't hit the area around the plate that he was aiming for. They've caught the middle of the plate, and for the most part, when the Marlins have had a good pitch to hit, they haven't missed it.
Well, this would be his 20th pitch here in the 4th inning. And this one lined out toward right field. That drops in, base hit. Dietrich will stop at second base. Another hit for D. Gordon, and the inning will continue.
It's similar to the pitch that Gordon hit out of the ballpark. Fastball inside part of the plate. Put a good swing on it. Hit that one just as hard as he hit his home run. Oh, 5 hits in this inning. 2 doubles, 3 singles, and all of them have been hit on the barrel of the bat.
Lucroy out there for a quick conversation. Dangerous hitter now in Giancarlo Stanton. Today 0 for 1 with a walk. Last time didn't see much to hit. We were a little surprised when he took 3-0. He's up there hacking this time. Stanton 1 for 5 in his career against Darvish. Another swing and a miss. And Stanton in a hole. Stanton had the big game on Monday night, a couple of home runs. It's cooled off a little bit since. Yesterday 1 for 5. Darvish looking Dietrich back. Now his 2-strike pitch. And this one off the handle. Back of second. Tough play. Odor can't get to it. Drops in for a base hit. Dietrich is in. They'll stop Gordon at third on the bloop, single by Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah, so all the balls that had been hit hard until that one, and of all people to hit the blooper, it was the power hitting Giancarlo Stanton. Got jammed and just lofted a little soft blooper over Odor's head. Good pitch. Ran the fastball in on his fists. I got to think if most guys hit the ball the same way, it doesn't go over Odor's head. He just was so strong, he muscled it that far. In a spot where Robinson couldn't come in to get it, and Odor couldn't go back to get it.
Doug Brocail out there trying to impart a little wisdom, maybe a little motivation. Or maybe just trying to get Darvish a moment's break there. It has been a long, frustrating inning in which he has given up 6 hits, 4 runs. And now will face the 9th batter of the inning in Christian Yelich. Six 1 Miami. And Darvish can't find the strike zone to Yelich. Marlins 19th in Major League Baseball in runs per game, so this is a bit of a breakthrough game for them.
Yeah, especially when you factor in it's against Yu Darvish.
Yeah. 2-0. 6 runs on 8 hits so far tonight. Marlins came into play 8 games under 500, 14 games behind the Nationals in the National League East, and already looking ahead toward rebuilding for a better season next year. 3-0 the count. And there's some pretty good pieces though on this Marlins team. We talk about Stanton, Yelich, man waiting on deck, Marcell Ozuna. 3-0 from Darvish. And Yelich is taking. That's ball 4. The bases are loaded. I haven't seen this too much this year. Where Darvish, in this fourth inning, I mean, he just not his sharpest. Usually has the ability to come back, whether it's leaning on a fastball, there's the slider, and get himself out of trouble, but not this inning.
No, it's just been one of those nights where he hasn't been able to locate the ball like he normally does. The other thing is you have to give a lot of credit to the Marlin hitters. Just because he's made some mistakes, you still have to give them you have to give them a lot of accolades for being able to take advantage of the pitches they've had to hit. Just because you get them, as we've said before, doesn't mean you're going to capitalize. They have today. They haven't let many good ones go by.
I see really good numbers for Ozuna with the bases loaded. He's got Gordon at third, Stanton at second, Yelich at first. One strike pitch. Blocked by Lucroy. Well, as this inning wears on, this will be the 30th pitch of the inning for Darvish. One. Big swing and a miss. Strike two. Well, 4 strikeouts so far tonight. One of them, this guy at the plate, Marcell Ozuna. Check that, 5 strikeouts so far tonight. Ozuna was the second strikeout of the game. That was back in the first inning. Not that it needs to be a strikeout. He'll take it however he can get it. Off the handle, another tough one, drops out there in right center field. Gordon's in, Stanton will score. Here comes Yelich all the way to third. Ozuna, a bases clearing triple. Marlins lead 9-1 in the fourth inning. That is going to be it for Yu Darvish. Jeff Bannister making that slow walk out to the mound has already signaled to the pen. It's a mandatory change anyway. Second visit of the inning. And not the way Yu Darvish wanted this one to go tonight. What a tough outing it was for the right-hander. He is done. Rangers bullpen will take it from here. Fourth inning, 2 away and Ozuna at third base. Jeremy Jeffress has come on out of the bullpen.
72% of the time, Jeremy Jeffress features his fastball, gets up to around 94 miles an hour. Also throw a curveball and a changeup. Here's the curveball.
Well, he comes in here with the Rangers trailing 9-1. Cannot quite close the book yet on Darvish. He is responsible for Ozuna at third base. Good pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. It's 1-1. Darvish just 71 pitches tonight. 50 of them, though, for strikes. Maybe in the zone just a bit too much. And Jeffress trying to stop the bleeding in this fourth inning. Curveball outside. A 7-run fourth inning so far. Realmuto had a base hit earlier in the inning. 1 for 2 so far tonight. With 9 runs charged to Darvish so far. That is a new career high. Just to kind of give you a little perspective on what kind of a night it was for him. Not his best, not by a long shot. (3-1). This ball hit well out to left field and gone. Realmuto with a 2-run homer. It's 11-1 Miami.
Well, it was the Rangers teeing off last night and the Marlins teeing off today. A good look at their good hitters, and they're having a good night. Inside strike with some movement on it. Realmuto just pulled his hands in and got the barrel of the bat on that one.
Oh, the popcorn jug almost got that one. That was a great effort out there. 11-1 Miami. Here is Ichiro Suzuki. Doubled earlier in the inning, brought home a run. One and 2 on Ichiro. 3,057 hits in his career. That is stateside. He'll take his time in Japan. 4,335. You look at the last 3 to join the 3,000 hit club. Ichiro, the most recent, last summer. A-Rod the summer prior with the Yankees, Jeter in 2011. Two balls and 2 strikes now on Ichiro.
It's just one of those days where the Marlin hitters as a group, you just can't get anything by them. Takes a perfect pitch right now. Anything around the strike zone that's a good pitch to hit, they're just not missing it. This inning for sure. Both Ozuna and Realmuto both have 2 hits this inning. Ozuna has 2 doubles, Realmuto a home run and a single. They've each scored twice and driven in together 5 runs in the 4th inning.
Off the plate, and he walks Ichiro. So Jefferson has given up the home run, now the walk, and he will face Dietrich. 9 runs already across in this 4th inning for Miami. I don't know about you, but I'm already let's look ahead to next inning when Beltre will lead things off.
6 straight base runners after 2 are out. I think Adrian's looking forward to getting off the field and in the dugout too.
Dietrich with a 2-run single earlier in the inning. Eight hits this inning for Miami. The line on Darvish now is closed. 10 runs on 9 hits and 3 2/3 innings. And a hard ground ball foul. That one.
Well, that's the third time in the last couple of weeks we've seen the umpire get drilled.
Tell you what.
Yeah, he's trying. It's you know, you say, why can't you get out of the way? Well, he's trying to watch the ball to see if it's fair or foul. He can't just dive out of the way. He's trying to do both. Watch the ball, make the call, and then get out of the way. It was just hit too hard to do that.
Dietrich stays 0-2. He's just lucky he got out of the way of that one. That was not headed to the good spot.
No, that had danger written all over it.
Tim Woodring, our first base umpire. He was able to laugh it off the 0-2. And that one misses. .47 pitches already this half inning by Rangers pitchers. Darvish and now Jeremy Jeffress. Closing in on it being a 30-minute half inning. And the defense been standing out there for a while. This one lined out towards center. Robinson is there, and that will end the inning. 9-run score though for the Marlins, and they take a commanding lead in this one. When we come back, Adrian Beltre. This march to 3,000 continues. He'll lead it off. Good news is, a long way to go in this one. The Rangers and Dr. Pepper teaming up this summer to bring you savings at the ballpark. Bring in a Dr. Pepper can to the box office or use the online coupon code Dr. Pepper to get tickets starting at just $13. Go to TexasRangers.com/specials to get your tickets for this Sunday when the Rangers wrap up their series with the Baltimore Orioles. What a night. 97 degrees tonight at game time. As we settle in dusk and we get ready for Adrian Beltre starting off this 4th inning. Beltre, Napoli, and Odor. And Urena, who can be a little erratic sometimes. You'll hear the term effectively wild used about pitchers on occasion, and that might the type of thing one would say about Urena. Was 1-1 on Adrian Beltre. He's looked pretty good tonight.
Well, Arena is going to get a pretty good chance to see how he pitches with a long rest, because he's been in the dugout for a long time.
Yeah, maybe that's the way in which that last half inning can work to the Rangers' favors. Because look, he is retired 8 in a row. He started to look pretty good. That changeup, real effective. Beltre smashes this one out to left field. It is gone! A home run! Ninth of the year for Adrian Beltre. Number 2,994.
There's no doubt about that. When I was watching Marcell Ozuna in left field as he watched that ball, it almost looked like the kind of action you'd see from Adrian watching a line drive go over his head. He stood with his hands on his knees and just kind of looked slowly as it went over his head. No doubt about that one.
So the home run for Beltre gets him to within 6 of joining that special group. Napoli takes the strength to count 0-2. 402 feet on that home run. This one lifted into short center field. Coming on for it, and they can't get to it. Yelich, Aviles, Gordon, nobody there. And it drops in for Napoli, and he has a single.
The second baseman,
Another look at Adrian's home run. Looked like a changeup. You could tell by the grip it was a changeup. Had some movement, but it was high. And the fact that it was 7 or 8 miles an hour slower than his fastball, let Adrian turn on it, get the barrel of the bat, and hit it almost to the back of the seats in left field.
Well, our Adrian Beltre hit counter, mentioned it, 2,994 career hits. Brought to you by Jack in the Box. Well, Rougned Odor 0 for 1. Grounded out back in the first inning. 11-2 the score in this one. Urania doesn't waste a whole lot of time, but he falls behind here 2-0. Also that extra base hit right there for Beltre. Number 1,093 in terms of extra base hits. That's 21st all time as he ties Dave Winfield. Off the end of the bat to shortstop. Aviles to Gordon. And Aviles takes it himself, forcing out Napoli. So Odor replaces Napoli at first base, 1 away. When you think about the other things that Beltre is accomplishing, you combine the hits with 450 home runs and 600 doubles. Only 3 other guys who have managed that feat. Hank Aaron, Stan Musial, and Carl Yastrzemski. Is a pretty unique group.
3 pretty strong categories to be that high in.
Now with 1 away, Jonathan Lucroy takes strike 1. Lucroy grounded out in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. Bowser at third base. I'll get the force out at second. So again, can't quite get anything started for the double play, but they'll take the out in the middle of the diamond. Lucroy on via the fielder's choice. And now with 2 away, it brings up Joey Gallo. Hey, Rangers fans, download the Fox Sports Go app and take Rangers baseball with you wherever you go. If you can't catch the games on TV, you can still stream them live on your mobile device with the Fox Sports Go app, presented by AT and Hyundai. Well, Gallo struck out of the second. He's 0 for 1. 25 home runs, 45 RBIs. Good year for Joey in those regards. Gets ahead here 2-0. He's also drawn 42 walks, and he's talked lately about his pride in the fact that he has learned to be a little more selective, a little more patient up there. He's 2-1. Urania gets Gallo to wave at that one. It's 2-2. 11 runs, 10 hits for the Marlins. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Rangers. One of them, though, a home run this inning by Adrian Beltre. Full count. Seems these shifts are getting more and more extreme on Gallo. Hardly getting an infielder on that left side anymore at all.
I can't remember the last time he hit a ground ball to the left side of the infield.
Stays alive, 3-2.
Well, that would show why you do shift. 35 hits to right field, 13 to center, and only 6 to left field. Not sure how many of those 6 to left field were ground balls.
Well, he swings and misses here, and that strikeout ends the Rangers' threat in the 4th inning. But they add a run. Adrian Beltre with his 2,994th hit, and it left the yard. 11-2. We go to the 5th inning. Hey, the Texas Rangers and the Baltimore Orioles back at it this weekend, and on Saturday night, the first 15,000 fans to the ballpark get a Rubnet Odor High Five bobblehead, courtesy of Dr. Pepper and Albertsons. It's the second in our series of 2 high-fiving bobbleheads. You can get your tickets at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. Jeffress out after getting the final out of the 4th inning. Work here in the 5th. It's the 8th and 9th place hitters, and then back up to the top of the order. Elise 0 for 2. Both times struck out swinging. Both times against Darvish. 1-2. We saw Jeffress Monday night, opening game of the series, and he pitched the final 2 innings of that game. Little tapper out in front of the plate. Lucroy picks it up with a bare hand, throws to first. And he gets the lease, 1 away. Nicely done by Lucroy.
You see Lucroy come out and make the strong throw. Got a catcher running, which helps. Jonathan knew that. Even quicker. That was one of Pudge's specialties. Talked about how quick his feet were as he positioned them to throw to second base for a steal attempt. They also were quick when it came to pouncing on a bunt out in front of the plate like that. Again, one of those things that you can't remember any other catchers doing it better or quicker than Pudge.
Well, ground out to short. Aviles turned back quickly, 2 away.
No, talk about Pudge. Obviously, he's going into the Hall of Fame. The Rangers before Pudge had a pretty good catcher too in Jim Sundberg, and many of the same things we're saying about Pudge you could easily say about Jim Sundberg. Sonny was a tremendous defensive catcher with a great arm. You can remember back then when Kansas City had Amos Otis, Freddie Patek, Al Collins, George Brett. They had a lot of guys that could run. They had a really Willie Wilson, really fast team, and Whitey Herzog managed them, and they were aggressive on the bases. They liked to run. And one night in Texas, Sonny threw out a couple of runners, and we went to Kansas City shortly after that, and Whitey Herzog was quoted in the paper as saying, "I like to run, but I'm not running against the Rangers. I believe that Jim Sundberg shuts down the running game, and I'm not giving up outs on the bases," which was a real nice testament to how good Sonny was too. So we're certainly here to honor Pudge, but don't remember the old guys. Don't forget the old guys either. Sonny was a great catcher.
1-2 the count on Gordon. Well, to that end, you know, Johnny Bench's name comes up quite a bit when you start talking about Pudge and his great defensive prowess as the other peer in that regard, certainly among guys who will be enshrined at Cooperstown. Now, you played in the same era, but of course you were in the other league, so
yeah,
you didn't
the only
really get to
time
see
I
him.
remember playing against Johnny Bench obviously would have been in spring training, because we didn't play in the postseason and there was no interleague play. Never played against him in the minor leagues, so the only times I got to see him play were on TV, usually in the postseason. But obviously his career speaks for itself.
Bouncer at third base. Beltre throws it across the diamond in time, completes a 1-2-3. Top of the 5th inning. Jeremy Jeffress, efficient, nicely done. We're halfway there tonight, 11-2 Miami. by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by Ford. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer now during the Ford Summer Sales Event and see why Ford is the best in Texas. Bottom of the fifth inning, 11-2 Miami. And Drew Robinson steps in to lead things off. It'll be Robinson and then back to the top of the order. Chu and Andrews. Drew struck out in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. Robinson got the start tonight in center field and immediately then had to field questions about playing center field. Now he is a great utility man. Bannister feels like he can use him all over the diamond as he rolls out to second base and is the first out of the fifth inning. For a little more on Drew Robinson, let's check in with Emily Jones.
Well, actually, we're going to talk about the guy coming up to bat, Shin-Soo Choo, and been talking to Choo about the mental aspect of his game. And he said that he's learned to not take the results so much as the production. And by production, he means what he's able to do at the plate. If he's hitting the ball hard, he can't help it if someone is in the right spot to catch it. So he's trying to take something positive from each game. He said, even if I go 0 for 5, strike out 5 times, it's the worst game ever. But if I'm healthy enough to play the next day, that's a positive. And he said, another thing I'm trying to do is just play like Adrian Beltre. Have a little bit of fun out there and let the game come to me. So State Farm winning combination, a good one for Shin-Soo Choo. Hone in on that mental side, take the positives, and who can't learn from playing like Adrian Beltre, guys?
That's for sure. That's good advice for any player at any level.
That'll take you a long way. This one smacked to the left side, out of play. 1-2 the count on Choo. Choo's walked and scored one of the Rangers' runs today. That was back in the first inning. After the Rangers had given up 2 in the top of the first, they came back to get that run and make sure that they announce their presence, stay right in the game. And then it was that 9-run fourth inning, which changed things quite a bit. Strike out of Choo away. Time for a Chevy game break. Let's send it back to Dana Larson.
Dave, Boston's top prospect, Rafael Devers, called up from the minors Monday. Today, the 20-year-old gets his first major league hit, and it's a home run. The solo shot by Devers in the third inning puts Boston up 3-0 over Seattle, and the Sox take the game 4-0 at Safeco, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Dana. And you know, Devers, one of those guys regarded by many to be one of the top prospects, maybe the top prospect in all of baseball.
Well, the Red Sox have traded the last couple of years a number of their top prospects. Yoan Moncada comes to mind, but they kept Devers, and looks like it's a good thing they did.
1-1 strike on Elvis Andrews. 11-2 Marlins lead, bottom of the fifth inning.
Especially after Pablo Sandoval imploded, all the money they gave him, and they traded Travis Shaw, who's having a huge year for Milwaukee. They really didn't have a third baseman, so they're hoping that Devers, even at his young age, can step up in prime time and be that guy.
How would you handicap that American League East? Well, the Rays had made their charge, 3 games over 500. Boston has a 1-game lead over the Yankees coming into play today.
Yeah, I have to go with the Red Sox.
Andrews takes strike 3 call, doesn't like it. We'll talk about it with Pat Holberg, but the inning is done. It's a 1-2-3. Bottom of the fifth, 6th inning is next. Hey, join us Saturday, August 12th. We're going to honor Pudge. Come to the ballpark early. A special pregame number retirement ceremony for Ivan Rodriguez, plus first 15,000 fans to the gates. We're going to get a Pudge Rodriguez Hall of Fame bobblehead courtesy of Powerade and Walmart. Don't miss this historic moment. Get your tickets now, TexasRangers.com/Pudge. All right, Jeffers out again in the 6th inning after a very efficient 5th in which he threw just 11 pitches. He pumps one in there for a strike to Giancarlo Stanton. He'll face the gauntlet here in this 6th inning. Stanton, Yelich, and Ozuna. Not an easy stretch. Breaking ball misses, 1-1. Stanton, huge, strong man, and he pops this one foul back behind the plate. Well out of play. 1-2 to count. Great football player growing up. As you might imagine, I could see him out on the football field, pads and a helmet, and think, I'll go the other way. 6'6", 250 pounds, and swings, and this is that strike 3. So a strikeout starts things in this 6th inning.
Center fielder Christian Yelich.
Now Christian Yelich. Well, we're talking about Johnny Bench last inning, and I don't know, maybe you could have seen more of some of the National League stars when you were playing, Tom, but you compare the numbers between these two guys defensively. Either way you slice it, that's a pretty impressive duo.
Yeah, Pudge was able to stay behind the plate longer than Johnny Bench. He's got 5 or 6 years worth of games there. They were equally proficient when it came to Gold Gloves. Caught stealing, just about the same.
This one hit well out to left center field, and that will drop right at the base of the fence. Yelich, with extra bases again, goes to second with a 1-out double.
We were talking about Yelich in the open to the show and how he had a breakthrough year last year. He's only 25 years old. Been in the big leagues coming into this season for 3.5 years. Last year he hit .298, hit 21 home runs, and knocked in 98 runs when he was 24 years old. He's a center fielder. He can run, he can throw. He's one of those guys, looks like a great athlete. And he's had a big series against the Rangers, and he's had a big series against the Rangers in the past. We talked about what he'd done in 6 games prior to tonight. And it was something like 15 for 23. He's 2 for 2 tonight with a home run and a double. Here's the numbers we're talking about in those 6 games coming up. We'll have those numbers for you in a minute. He was hitting over 600 though in those 6 games. I don't know if he's gotten up to 700, but it's probably zeroing in on it. Here they are. 15 for 26, 577. Make that 8 extra base hits now, 9 RBIs, and who knows what the OPS has done with a double and a home run today, mixed in with a walk. Yeah. But he's a good looking young player. He also became a favorite of 2 of my grandsons who were down behind home plate yesterday when the Marlins were taking batting practice, and he walked over. They looked at him. They had their baseball cards out. He walked over and said, "Would you like me to sign your cards?" And they didn't know what to say. They were so surprised. And they said yes, and they got their cards out, and he signed them, chatted with them for a minute. So for that, Christian, nice going. You made 2 fans here in Texas. Actually, you made 3 because I'm your fan now too.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, it's 5 because my daughter and her husband are your fans now too.
There's a strikeout of Ozuna for the 2nd out in the inning. That's the first time tonight.
There's 6. Mark Vittorio's a fan too. He just told me.
Okay, so he's on
Our
board.
director,
Good.
yep.
Numbers
He's
just
convinced
mushrooming.
after just that short testimony.
It's a powerful campaign. You've got
But
working.
it is just an example. It's my personal example, but it's just an example of what a player can mean to one kid by just doing something as simple as that. Signing an autograph, winking at him, smiling at him, walking over and shaking hands with him. They never forget that. They'll remember that for the rest of their life. You don't realize that when you're a player, that it means that much. But it does. I can remember, I don't know if I have time to tell this story. Probably shouldn't start it. Let me see what happens on this pitch.
1 strike pitch. Muto,
I used to send away for autographs when I was 8 or 9 years old. I'd ask them to send me an autographed picture. And I got a letter back from a second baseman. I think he was a rookie second baseman for the Orioles. His name was Marv Breeden. And he said, "Dear Tom, my pictures aren't ready yet, but when they are, I have you on my list to send you one." And then months later, I got a picture from him. So for a long time, he was one of my favorite players. And it's just kind of, I don't know of any player, nor have I ever known of a player other than him that would do something like that. Most players would try to honor the request and wait till the pictures came, but they wouldn't let you know that they received your letter and they processed it and they're waiting to send you one. Looks like he's got some autographs on that ball there too. I'm not sure who they are, but whoever they are, he'll be thinking about them for a long time.
2-2 on Real Muto. So what was the biggest autograph that you would have gotten?
Biggest autograph I ever had was Ted Williams. My cousins lived near Boston. My uncle got it and gave it to me for Christmas. And on Christmas Day, I went outside in the snow and played catch with my sister with it. It's the first brand new baseball I ever had. So it didn't register exactly what Ted Williams' autograph meant at that age. But the ball was pretty.
That's awesome. Strikeout of Real Muto. And so it's a nice 6th inning for Jeffress. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th in a 9-run game. It's that time. Our Sonic Slam inning brought to you by Sonic Drive-In. A jackpot building now at $1,000 tonight, plus dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. Jimmy Brockington, Fort Worth, is our contestant tonight. Ranger hits a home run this inning, Jimmy will win $1,000. If he hit a grand slam, he'll win an additional $25,000. Good luck, Jimmy. Mazzara, Beltre, Napoli due in the 6th. 11-2 the score. And this is the final game of this 3-game series with Miami. Jose Urena, and his first pitch, that one hammered but foul. A long strike by Mazzara. You did it. That's a conversation that may go well into the night. Last half inning, we were talking about Yelich signing autographs for your grandsons and you, and that great story about getting Ted Williams' autograph. Now, how old were you when you got that autograph?
I was probably, I can't remember, 7, 8, 9, right around in there. And I couldn't wait to go outside. It's probably about 20 degrees outside. I remember the snow was icy because when we missed the ball, it kind of scraped the ball a little bit. It wasn't like it hit soft snow. And we played baseball all summer long. My sister was good too. When I was pitching in the Little League, she could catch me. She didn't play in the Little League. They wouldn't let girls do that. But if I warmed up between games or something like that, she could catch. She had her own catcher's mitt. Anyway, we didn't catch every ball that day, but we'd never had a brand new Major League Baseball. The fact that it had Ted's autograph on it really was nice, but not half as meaningful as just having the brand new baseball. It was brand new. It wasn't brand new after that game of catch, though.
Mazzara takes it off the plate, full count. Now, did you keep the ball? Do you still have it?
No. I have no idea where the ball went. And you know, the funny thing is, when we came back in from playing, I don't remember my mother or father saying anything. I think they saw how happy we were to go out and play catch with the ball. They just let it go.
There's ball 4 to Mazzara.
Probably back then, even though it was a nice autograph, it didn't have the same, certainly financial implications that it would now if you had Ted Williams baseball. But we weren't thinking about that.
So amazing, though, that years later he would be your manager in the big leagues. That's the part that just blows my mind.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Because my dad would take us to a Red Sox-Yankee doubleheader every year. They scheduled them. Once in Fenway, once in Yankee Stadium the next year. And I loved Mickey Mantle and the Yankees, and the rest of my family liked the Red Sox and Ted Williams. And it seems like every time we went, Ted Williams got 3 or 4 hits and Mickey Mantle got shut out. And I was miserable on the ride home. That probably didn't happen every time, but it felt like that. So I didn't like Ted Williams that much when I was little, as great as he was. And so then when I got to the big leagues, my first manager was Ted Williams. It took me a couple of weeks before I was comfortable even talking to him, just because all I could think about was how great he was and collecting baseball cards and thinking about him playing for the Red Sox.
This one lined out to right field. Base hit for Adrian Beltre. Into third base, Mazzara. They're going to wave him to the plate. Here comes the throw. It's not in time. Mazzara scores on the Beltre double. It's 11-3. And Adrian Beltre collects another magical hit.
He's doing it in style. The other night, he went 4 for 4 with 4 singles. Today, against a pitcher who's throwing hard and pitching well, he's got a long home run to left field and a bullet now into the gap in right center field for an RBI double. Just an amazing hitter, and we're incredibly lucky to get a chance to watch it.
Good job by Mazzara to get all the way around from first base. Beltre, 2,995 hits. And on the doorstep of history. There you go. You know, we said it earlier, Tom, but we definitely worth mentioning again. Tomorrow, an off day. Baltimore in town over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And it's hard to know exactly when that moment is going to hit. But now just 5 hits away from 3,000. If you've considered coming out to the ballpark, I don't know. I mean, I would start.
Yeah, if you want to see it,
plans.
if you want to see it, you have to start thinking about it. He did go 4 for 4 the other day.
Yeah, had 4 hits on Monday, 2 hits tonight.
He's swinging the bat really well right now. In fact, he's got his average over 300. If you projected the stats that he has over a full season, it'd be pretty much the same thing. 330 home runs, 100 RBIs. We've said this many times this year, not much difference when you watch him swing the bat now as opposed to any time in his career. He's obviously not as fast as a runner as he used to be, but definitely looks like his bat hasn't slowed down at all. He's hitting the ball hard to the gaps in right field and driving the ball out of the ballpark on pitches that are 95 to 100 miles an hour.
3-0 the count. Hey, that double for Beltre now pulls him into a tie with Cal Ripken Jr., 15th all time. And just 2 back of Paul Molitor for number 14 on the all-time list for doubles. Mania drops a strike in there to Napoli. It's 3-1. That one misses, so a walk to Napoli, and it was just a visit a moment ago for Urania, and he may not be long for this game as he pumped up close to 100 pitches.
Yeah, safe to say he hasn't had great command today. Not much difference in the amount of strikes and balls that he's thrown. I think the one thing that's allowed him to do this well has been his changeup. Fastball's been inconsistent, and even though he throws hard, that's not an equalizer, but the changeup has been. I think it's allowed him to navigate through 5 innings.
Well, Don Mattingly out there to take the baseball. Urania done. Harlan Garcia coming on to pitch in the 6th inning. Brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by AT&T Internet. Visit AT&T.com/keep calm to learn more. 11-3 ball game. Rangers have a couple of men on. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And Harlan Garcia becomes a new pitcher in this one for the Marlins.
Numbers for Garcia on the season. Solid ERA, good whip. Anything under 1 is really good. Good strikeout to walk ratio. Let's check him out.
Odor takes the first pitch and hooks it down the right field line. Foul. Got it there in a hurry and then out in a hurry. He has been used as a situational lefty by the Marlins. On here with nobody out.
Yeah, if you're going to use a lefty against the Rangers in this game, now's when you would do it. Odor, Gallo, Robinson, Chu. 4 of the next 5 hitters.
1-1 the count on Odor. 26,471 the attendance tonight. Yu Darvish had the start, couldn't get through the 4th inning. Jeremy Jeffress has pitched wonderfully since then. 1-2 on Odor. Jeffress has gone 2 1/3 in relief, but you figure him to be done at this point tonight. Austin Bibbins-Dirks has been loosening up in the pen for a while. Beltre at second, Napoli at first. Stays 1-2. Rugi has grounded out twice tonight. Though with 20 home runs, 44 driven in, good power potential. And he hits this ball hard over first, but foul again.
That had some exit velocity.
That's a couple real good swings that he's had on Garcia.
Taking shots at Tom Woodring, the first base umpire, has already been hit once. He was ducking on that one too. Like an athlete though, he can handle it. I think he might have played some football in his time.
The 1-2. Odor really putting a good fight on Garcia here. Off the plate, 2-2. Inning started with Mazzara walking. Beltre then doubled him home. Napoli drew the walk. That was the end of the evening for Jose Urena. So now the Marlins are into their bullpen, but they work with a 9-run lead, rather 8-run lead. Infield double play depth. Here's the pitch. And this one popped up near second base. It's an infield fly. Lewis catches it anyway, 1 away.
Had a great swing at it, just got underneath it. He had a lot of good swings in that at bat. Didn't matter what Garcia threw, he wasn't fooled by it. Just got underneath it.
So now the only right-handed hitter who would figure Garcia to face, Jonathan Lucroy. And he misses with ball 1. Numbers overall pretty good for Garcia, and though his splits certainly favor pitching against left-handers, his numbers against righties impressive as well. One's out, one in. 2-0. Righty's only hitting .213 against Garcia versus a .172 average for lefties. Finds inside corner for a strike. Lucroy might disagree with that. 2-1. Garcia came on inheriting Beltre at second, Napoli at first. Now this year he's inherited 29 runners, stranded 23 of them. And pumps one in there. It's 2-2. So he's done a really good job in these spots. Lucroy is 0 for 2 tonight. Grounded out in the second inning. Reached on a fielder's choice in the fourth. Hits this one over first base. That one drops in, base hit. Beltre to third. They'll throw up the stop sign. Rangers go station to station in the sixth inning. Down by 8 runs. So they're playing it safe here. Keep the line moving. Lucroy is on. And it brings up Joey Gallo.
Well, the Rangers need a big inning, and to have a big inning, you have to get some hits like this. Fastball up and in off the hands. And Jonathan just loops it over Telisa's head at first base. Nothing he could do about that one. Ichiro charges it fast, and he's got a still strong arm, even though he's 40 years old. No chances being taken there, down by 8 runs.
So big spot now. Opportunity for the Rangers to cash in some runs here. Well, the bases loaded, 1 out for Joey Gallo, and he swings and hits this one up the middle, and it hits Garcia. Caroms towards second. Everybody is safe. Beltre scores. It's 11-4.
Well, you got to have a little bit of good fortune too. In a way, it was bad fortune. It looked like a base hit up the middle, but then when it hit Garcia, we've seen balls carom right to the fielder for an easy out. This one carom towards second, and Gordon had no play. Goes as a base hit and an RBI for Joey, who hits the ball off the end of the bat, and it drilled Garcia off his glove arm, right above the glove it looked like. Again, station to station. Getting a run closer though.
Juan Rivas out there now to have a word with Garcia, because the Rangers are going to send Carlos Gomez up as a pinch hitter here. So a powerful right-handed hitter against a situational lefty. They're just starting to get some bodies moving out on that bullpen. I think there was an assumption that Garcia, facing as many lefties as he was scheduled to face this inning, would be able to take care of business and move this on to the 7th inning. But all of a sudden, Rangers threatening for a very big inning. Gomez with 3 grand slams to his record so far. Napoli at third, Lucroy at second, Gallo at first. Runs it in. Gomez not in the starting lineup today. The idea was to give him a couple of days off, with tomorrow an open date. He's struggling a little bit with a sore oblique. And he takes it high. It's 2-0. Now one big swing, and suddenly this is a much different game. 2-1. Hits this one in the air out to right field. Ichiro comes in. He'll make the catch. Tagging at third base. Heading to the plate, Napoli. He'll score. The sac fly by Gomez makes it an 11-5 game. Two out in the inning. run charged to Urania. And so both inherited runners this inning allowed to score. And Garcia could not help in that regard. Two takes strike one. 11-5 our score. A couple of men out there. And Garcia runs it way off the plate. That was his 20th pitch of the inning. This was an 11-1 game in the fourth. The Rangers got a run at the bottom of the fourth on the Beltre homer. They've added 3 so far here in the 6th inning. 2 swings, hits this one on 1 hop to second base. Gordon has time and throws him out to win the inning. But the Rangers get 3 back. They leave a couple. We go to the 7th inning. It's an 11-5 game. Tonight, some crooked numbers up on the scoreboard. Yu Darvish on a career-high 10 runs tonight in 3 2/3 innings. Marcell Ozuna, one of the big nights offensively for the Marlins. A double, a triple, 3 RBIs in the 4th inning for him. Carlos Gomez stays in the game. He'll take over in center field. And Austin Bibbins-Dirks, as expected.
Austin has a pretty wide repertoire. Fastballs, only 41% fastballs. A lot of sliders and an equal amount of curveballs and changeups. Wide assortment of pitches, all the traditional pitches, and he mixes them up.
So on to work here in the 7th inning. Ichiro getting things off for Miami. The only start he has had in this series. We saw him as a pinch hitter earlier. That was on Monday night. 1 for 2 tonight with a walk. Breaking ball in there. Makes it 1-1. Bibbins-Dirks did such a great job when called upon to take some spot starts for this team. Now back to the role that I think was generally anticipated when he was called up, which would be to pitch in long relief. Not an easy role. His opportunities scattered somewhat randomly in the schedule, certainly game dependent. 3-1 the count. But boy, he's maintained such a great attitude, which is what got him noticed in the first place this spring. Called upon so many times in spring training and got Jeff Bannister's attention with his willingness to take the ball no matter what the circumstance and happily contribute. Did Ichiro go? No. Rob Drake said he did not go around, and Ichiro draws the walk.
Let's check it out and see what he did.
He went.
Yeah, tough call. It's easy to see that in slow motion from that angle. When you're down at third base 90 feet away and it's happening in split second, much different call.
I'm not sure it's that easy in slow motion.
Yeah, I know. I think I would have gone with Rob Drake on that call, called it a ball.
There's Derek Dietrich.
Watch out. Oh boy, those are dangerous. Hate to even look. Hitter, he hates the ball player down there that hits it. They don't want to look either. Just kind of hold your breath when you hit one like that and hope whoever it's near is watching and able to get out of the way.
Tell you what, that's one of the great things they've done in this ballpark and many others is add extensions to that netting down the lines and try and prevent some of those balls from getting into the seats.
Yep, that makes a huge difference.
Ichiro with a decent lead. And this one lifted out toward left field. Waiting for it. Here's Gallo, one away. Wake up! It's baseball time in Texas. You can be one of the first 10,000 fans to the ballpark on Sunday, August 13th. You'll take home a Rangers talking alarm clock courtesy of Dr. Pepper and Brookshires. Rangers taking on the Houston Astros, a 2:05 game, and you can get your tickets at TexasRangers.com or by calling 972-RANGERS. Here is Delise 0 for 3, a couple of strikeouts. Evans jerks a little high with the ball. 8 and 9 hitters with one out in this 7th inning. So the season numbers for Delise. He's been up and down a handful of times this year with Miami. Catcher who got a chance to play today at first base. Originally signed in 07 by the Rangers as an international free agent and then included in that trade a couple of years ago. A trade that brought Sam Dyson to Texas. Ichiro off first. And that one's a strike, 2-1 the count. Rangers looking for a ground ball and a chance to turn a double play here. One out and a man on. That one's foul out of play.
Oh, he stayed with it and made the catch in the sweep. It drilled him, bounced off his hands, and he snatched it. Check it out. Oh, off the railing. Oh. Whoa, he saved it. Good hands.
2-2.
Oh, watch out.
Ichiro again, slightly bigger lead this time. He's going. The 3-2 pitch fouled off. Ichiro's only attempted 1 steal this year, and he was caught. There's a day, of course, where Ichiro would steal 40, 45 bases a season. Those days behind him. He'll draw a throw. 43 years old. And a guy who continues to want to play and extend that career. You mentioned it the other night. He still has the same body that he came into the league with. I mean, he's such great shape.
He does. Came in weighing about 175 pounds, and he still does.
A little flinch that time. Woo. Very close.
See how close it was. Rangers are checking it. Well, he got back. I don't know if Knapp made contact with his arm or not. If he did, he might have got him.
Hard to tell. Looks like Jeff Bannister feels like he did, so they will issue the review challenge here.
I think if Knapp's glove touched the arm, that he had a chance, that he had a pretty good chance to get him. A quick swipe tag by Knapp. Yeah, Ichiro was going on that play, flinched a little bit toward second.
Whew. What do you think?
I don't know if it'll get overturned, but it's worth the challenge here in the 7th inning. Close. I can't tell. I don't know how the umpires can tell. Did he touch him right there? I don't know. And if he did, was his hand on the bag?
I think if it touched him, it probably.
Does he get him right there, or does he? Looks like he got him.
That's maybe the best look right there.
Yeah. I like with the umpire. The umpires are listening and they're watching the scoreboard to see the play again.
Now I wonder how that feels for the umpires. A lot of times sitting there waiting. I know that they want the call to be confirmed, but it's funny because Major League Baseball, the way they view instant replay is they want to see successful challenges, because that would validate the whole point of having the system. Boy, this is so close right there. Let's see.
I think all this does is show how hard it is to umpire.
Nothing they could see there that would definitely overturn the call. So Suzuki stays at first base. Very close.
Ichiro knows whether he was out or safe. He's probably the only one that does know for sure.
Another good lead. And he's going again on the 3-2, and it's fouled off again. So Talise really battling here with 2 strikes with Austin Bibbins-Dirks. Longer hold. Slide step and a fly ball out toward right center field, hanging up for a little while. Long run out there for Gomez, and he can't get to it. And Ichiro around third base. He'll head to the plate. He'll score, and Talise all the way to third with the RBI triple.
Well, after a long at bat, Tomas got a pitch he could handle, and I didn't think the ball was going that far when he hit it. Hit that ball almost 400 feet to right center field.
Had a little air underneath it. Thought it might hang up long enough for Gomez to get to it.
Yeah, I did too. It just kept going.
That's just short of the wall out there in the deepest part of the ballpark. And so now it leaves Mike Aviles as the only Marlin without a hit tonight. And he bats here 0 for 3 with a man at third, one out. 12-5, Marlins on top. One and one the count. This one hooked out into left field. That's a base hit. Drops down in front of Gallo. Phillies scores. Aviles with the RBI single. Marlins adding to their lead.
Aviles going down and hitting that low outside pitch. Joey Gallo's thinking about throwing home. That would have taken a throw. You throw out a guy from third on a base hit. You have an unusual play.
So back-to-back hits out of the 8 and 9 positions in the lineup. And so now every Marlin hitter has at least one hit and at least one RBI tonight. 13-5. Last game in this interleague series, and a day off tomorrow. That might come at a really good time. Foul by D. Gordon. 1-1 the count. Gordon, the speedster for these Miami Marlins, and really a team. When you look at their roster, the things that jump out at you, the power numbers of Giancarlo Stanton and the great overall numbers of Marcell Ozuna. Good offensive team. Gordon, the one guy who really gives him that speed look. When you think of the Marlins over the years, you think of a lot of good, quick base runners. They've had some success down there in South Florida, utilizing the speed game. 2-1. And that is outside. 3-1 the count. There you see it. They have led the league in steals.
Boy, I've forgotten about some of those names.
Chucky Carr.
Chucky Carr. Wow. Kilvio Veras, Luis Castillo.
A couple of times. Juan Pierre. Back in that World Series team of 2003. Gordon with a bouncer to first. Napoli has it. Touches the bag to get one. And now a rundown for Aviles, and ultimately tagged out. Elvis Andrus puts the tag on his back to complete the unusual double play. Inning is over. So the Marlins pick up a couple of runs. We'll stand and stretch tonight here at Globe Life Park. 13-3 Miami. Marlins leading as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. New first baseman for the Marlins, Tyler Moore, will take over there for Elise. Rangers will be sending their 2, 3, and 4 hitters in this 7th inning. And they scored 3 runs last inning, and like they were threatening for more at the time. They were 1 swing away at one point in the inning of getting to within 2 runs, and really making this thing a game, but couldn't get that really big hit, and then gave up 2 runs in the top of this inning. So 13-5 our score. Andrews 1 for 3 leading it off. Garcia stays in the game. 1-1 the count. Well, surprised. We were talking about how he's been more of a situational lefty and had his fair share of left-handed hitters to contend with last inning. Ultimately got through the inning, but I figured there were moments in that inning where it looked like he was teetering on the edge and might even come out of the game. But now they're going to use him for a second inning.
At least through Mazzara anyway. The Rangers do have a lot of lefties in the lineup tonight.
Also mentioned last inning, despite the fact he's used mostly against left-handers, he's done really well against righties in addition, and he gets a little pop-up from Andrews for the first out of the inning. So time for us to take a Chevy game break. Send it back to the studios to Dana Larson.
Thanks very much, Dave. Some fun in the desert today. Diamondback shortstop Ketel Marte golfs one to right field. Atlanta's Sean Rodriguez cannot come up with it at the wall, and the race is on. Eventually, Marte comes around to score on a 2-run inside the park home run. D-backs roll over the Braves 10-3 the final, guys.
Wow, so the Diamondbacks finding new ways to score big runs. That's a good team. It's a pitch to Mazzara in there for a strike. Arizona, second in the National League West, coming into play today. A game ahead of the Rockies in the loss column. As Mazzara hits this one a mile in the air. They're not going to carry for him, and Ichiro is there, 2 away.
Second ball he's hit like that today. Hit one on a sacrifice fly. Here's the AT&T high-speed replay. Adrian Beltre takes that inside pitch way out above the seats in left field for a home run. It wasn't done. 2 innings later, he drilled one just as hard into the gap in right center field for an RBI double. So a home run, a double, a walk. He scored twice and knocked in 2. Another big night for Adrian. Our AT&T high-speed replay.
Well, he'll get another chance here in a moment, but first, Nick Whitgren is coming in out of the bullpen for the Marlins. We'll be back to tell you about him in just a moment. comes Nick Whitgren.
Nick Whitgren, 9th round draft choice a while back out of Purdue University. Those are his numbers on the season. Good strikeout to walk ratio, 43 strikeouts, only 11 walks.
Oh, Adrian at 2,995 hits. Our Adrian Beltre hit counter brought to you by Jack in the Box. Two of them tonight, had 4 of them on Monday. He's reached every time he's come to the plate tonight. Walked his first time up.
You know, one reason the off day comes in handy is for Adrian, because as he gets closer, where any game he could get it, it's tough to give him a day off. You know, a lot of fans are going to be coming if he needs 3 hits, 2 hits, 1 hit to see that. So he'll get his off day tomorrow and hopefully won't have to take one after that for the fans that come out to watch it.
Now, I'm guessing he'd just as soon get this thing over with
Yeah.
as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
The build-up's been fun for all of us. I think it's
You know, it's always an issue when a milestone is coming up and the player and the team want it to happen at home. Do you give the player days off on the road so it happens at home? Is that fair to the visiting team?
full count. Yeah, that's tough. You sort of can't do it, right, to a certain extent.
No, for the integrity of the game,
Yeah.
I guess you have to play. I mean, you couldn't take someone out for 4 or 5 days. Guy needs 1 home run. I think that might have been an issue with Hank Aaron when he was going for the record. Can't really remember.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Beltre. See a 7th pitch of this at bat from Whitgren. And he smashes this ball out to center field, and it is off the base of the fence. Beltre into second base, his 2nd double of the night. Adrian Beltre, 2,996. He needs 4 more. So another big day for Adrian Beltre. We check in with Emily Jones for more on him and his family.
Yeah, well, the Beltre family has made it here to Arlington. A couple of his kids, Adrian and Sandra's kids, had camps, tournaments to participate in. Starting this week, they decided to bypass those, head to Texas, and watch Dad chase 3,000. So Sandra, AJ, Cassie, and Camilla all in the house tonight, and I would assume it will be until Adrian reaches 3,000.
What a day. A walk, a home run, and 2 doubles. 4 for 4 the other day.
Yeah, so 7 hits in this
It looks
series.
like he does want to get it out of the way.
Napoli hits this one out to a very similar spot. Ozuna gliding to his left, able to haul it in. And it ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, but an important one for Adrian Beltre. We go to the 8th. tonight. And now just 4 away from 3,000 as we go to the 8th inning in this one. A game that has been dominated by the Marlins, and Jason Grilli has come on to pitch.
Jason Grilli likes to throw his fastball, but he also loves to throw his slider. A third of the time he'll throw it. That pretty much takes care of his pitch arsenal, except for an occasional changeup.
Well, he'll get the 2, 3, and 4 hitters: Stanton, Yelich, and Ozuna.
Well, you come in to pitch late in the ball game, you hit the toughest part of the order. 3 best hitters on the team.
Stanton watches a ball from Grilli. 1 for 3. Couple of strikeouts tonight. We talked about it the other day. That's a part of his game. He's now over 100 for the year, 101 strikeouts. Really staying away from him. It's 2-0.
You know, I was talking about Hank Aaron might have fallen into that. Getting the home run record on the road. It would figure that someone that would knew the answer to that would be T.R. Sullivan. He happened to be listening, and he filled us in on the details, which are pretty interesting.
Stanton hits this one a mile to left field, and it is gone. Another Stanton home run, number 33. That's most in Major League Baseball. His 3rd of this series, and it makes it a 14-5 Marlins lead. Stanton, by the way, how about the company he's been keeping now? 20 or more home runs in each of his first 8 big league seasons. Yeah, just like DiMaggio, Ted Williams, Eddie Matthews, Strawberry, Pujols. I mean, that is a great list. Ralph Kiner on there, Frank Robinson. Christian Yelich now takes ball 1. Yeah, I'll be smiling too. That one 468 feet. So anyway, Tom, we were talking about the difficulty sometimes of players going on the road when they're aiming for a milestone, and Hank Aaron and the home run chase. What did TR have on that?
I've got so enamored with that home run, trying to see where it landed. I lost track of it, but I will get back to it. Boy,
just as we do that, Yelich hits one off the wall in center field for a double. Boy, they won't stop tonight.
Adrian Beltre has a home run and 2 doubles. And now Christian Yelich has a home run and 2 doubles. And if I'm not mistaken, Yelich had 2 doubles and a home run last night. So he's got 4 doubles and 2 home runs in 2 games. He has just pounded Ranger pitching this year. And in his other previous series against the Rangers before this year. Boy, I've seen enough of the middle of this lineup for the last couple of days. Let me see if I can find it. All right, Hank Aaron needed 1 home run and 2 to pass Babe Ruth to start the season. Atlanta opened in Cincinnati. Eddie Matthews was the manager, wanted to sit Aaron for all 3 games before they went home. Bowie Kuhn, the commissioner, ordered Matthews to play Aaron in 2 of the 3 games. Aaron hit the record-tying home run on Friday, sat on Saturday, was hitless on Sunday, and then broke the record Monday in Atlanta. Got it out of the way early. So that's interesting.
That is interesting.
Commissioner said you can rest him 1 day, you have to play him twice.
You know, and it's different when you're talking about the very beginning of the season. Only different in perception. People say, oh, they might not even notice that much and might not worry about, quote unquote, the integrity of the game in quite the same way they would down the stretch late in the summer, when that would be a much bigger issue for people. But it's the same thing. That strikes me as a little bit dicey.
Yeah.
3-0 pitch and high to Osuna. And so he has drawn the walk. A home run, a double, and a walk now.
Answer JT Realmuto.
In last night's game, Jason came on to close out the game, and he's a very emotional guy. He got the strikeout for the last out, and he's pumped up, and well, he should be. He comes in, he's trying to strike some emotion. Well, tonight, Stanton comes up and hits the home run, and he shows his emotion. He's pretty pumped up about that home run. So don't think the players don't know what happens from day to day, get pumped up and show their emotions. There's a pretty good example of Jason showing his emotion and Stanton coming back the next day and showing some of his own.
Realmuto takes one down the middle. That looked like he was trying to imitate Grilly a little bit as he was heading down the first baseline. 2 men on here in the 8th inning. Marlins have already added another run. And a breaking ball in the dirt, 1-1. 14 runs, 15 hits for Miami. They've left 4. 5 runs on 7 hits for the Rangers. They've stranded 6. It's 1-2. Realmuto's had a real good night tonight. Had his 2-run homer as well as a single. Scored a couple of times in that 4th inning alone. Has also struck out and grounded out. Big swing and a miss. Realmuto strikes out, 1 away in this 8th inning.
Right fielder Ichiro Suzuki.
Talked about Jason likes to throw fastballs and almost a third of the time sliders, and that's his good slider right there. Kept that one down and got a good hitter to swing and miss at it. Realmuto. Realmuto's had a couple of hits tonight, hitting over 300 on the season.
Ichiro's been busy tonight. Couple of walks, double. One and one the count. We've talked about Ichiro already having surpassed the 3,000 hit mark. Did it last season. Not quite a full calendar year ago. Did it on August 7th. He's currently 23rd on the all-time list. And he is only 2 hits shy of 22nd. Would tie him with Craig Biggio. It's also 1 hit away from passing Rod Carew as the all-time major league hit leader among players born outside of the United States. Three and 1 the count. We've watched a lot of Ichiro over the years. How do you figure he stacks up in the game all time. You know, a lot of people talk about the hits in Japan. What do you think about what he's done stateside? How remarkable is that?
You can't deny the career that he's had. He's such a unique player. It's tough to compare him to another player. But I think when you talk about Ichiro, what you have to talk about is his durability. He comes to play every single day. He's got a routine. He sticks to it. He's disciplined. He was an excellent outfielder with an excellent arm. He had blazing speed. He was an excellent base runner. And he could put the bat on the ball and get his hits. He drove his share into the gaps. He hit his share of hard ground balls and line drives. And I've never seen a player more adept at putting the bat on the ball and being able to find a hole. He would loop little balls to left field. He would sometimes get jammed and bloop one over the pitcher's head. It would fall, slap a ground ball and beat it out. He had a game plan. And for that typical type of play, there's never been anyone like him that I can think of.
It draws the walk, and then you mentioned the defense. There he is,
Yeah.
active Gold Glove leaders.
Yep. You just can't deny what he's done. And based on the way he played when he got here, you have to think that if he started his career here when he was 20 years old, that he would have been right there with Pete Rose as far as having the most hits. And you know, no matter what kind of hits he got, when you get that many of them, it's an incredible accomplishment.
Well, his walk enough to force Jason Grilli from the game. Jose Leclerc will be coming out of the Rangers bullpen when we come back. Five Marlins. The Rangers dig deeper to that bullpen for Jose Leclerc.
Yeah, powerful numbers for Jose when you look across the board. A 155 opponent's batting average, only 16 hits in 29 2/3 innings, 44 strikeouts in that time. And the only negative, I guess, would be the walks. He's walked 20 in 29 innings. I'd like to see him cut those down. And he's minimized the home runs, only giving up 3 home runs.
Well, Derek Dietrich, 7th place hitter. 7, 8, and 9 due here. 1 out, bases loaded, a run already across in this 8th inning. Dietrich had a 2-run single in the 4th inning, 1 for 4. And this one lined out towards center field. That's a base hit. Yelich scores. Ozuna on his heels. Heading to third base is Ichiro. The throw goes to second. And Dietrich is in there with the 2-run double.
Man, one of those nights, boy. Get this one out of the way.
This is one you, to say, put behind you in a hurry. How about Marlins today 8 for 11 with runners in scoring position. I mean, they just have not missed in these spots.
When they've gotten a good pitch to hit, you're right, they have not missed it.
So 2 out, 2 more in scoring position. And Tyler Moore gets his first at bat of the night. Takes ball 1. So there's a, I guess you kind of call it a cliche about games like these, right? That these are the easier games to get over for a team than those really tough losses.
Yeah, you don't go to bed thinking about this game. You go to bed having put it behind you.
Yeah.
You just look back and you can't say, boy, one little break here or there. What a heartbreaking loss. This is just one where you close the book when this one's over with. Forget about it.
Up and in on Moore. 2-1 the count. Yu Darvish started it, went 3 2/3, but gave up 10 runs on 9 hits. Look at that in-game box score, such as it is for the Marlins. Moore just in. This is his first at bat of the night in place of Tomas Delis, who was 1 for 4. All the starters had at least 1 hit, and all of them at least 1 RBI. 2-2 the count. Clerks 2-2. Check swing. That one gets away from Lucroy, goes all the way to the backstop, and indeed we'll get another run in. Ichiro scores from third base. Dietrich gets to third base on the wild pitch. 17-5.
Jonathan goes as far to his right as he can get in an attempt to block that ball. It was so far outside. Wasn't much he could do.
A nice pitch. And that is strike 3 called. Moore down looking. 2 away.
Shortstop Mike Aviles.
That brings up Mike Aviles. Well, last time the Rangers hosted the Marlins, 2014. Quick 2-game stop for the Marlins here. 2 teams split those games. And after this series, it may be a while before they're invited back again. Wish it worked that way. And 1 to count on Aviles.
You know, we were talking about last week, we were talking about that Oriole game where the Rangers scored 30 runs. And you just watch this game and you think how this feels with 16 hits and 17 runs. And then think about what the Orioles must have felt like when 13 more runs scored than this. I mean, this feels like an incredible onslaught.
Yeah.
And it is. But that day, I think it was 30 runs and 29 hits. This isn't even in the same league as that game.
You called that game, right?
Yeah, sure did.
And there are a lot of amazing things about it, but it was
5-2 after 5 innings. It was a normal game. They scored 25 runs in the last 4 innings.
The crazy part was it was game 1 of a doubleheader,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why some of those pitchers for the Orioles, they just had to suck it up and stay in there because they didn't want to use them all with another game coming up. Can't even remember the score of the second game, 5-2 or something like that. It was a fairly normal game.
This one lined out toward left field, drops in, base hit. Dietrich scores, and it is 18-5. Marlins on Aviles' second hit of the night. Boy, oh boy, Mama said there'd be days. 5-run 8th inning. There was a 9-run 4th inning. Ninth batter of the inning, D. Gordon. His last time up, he bounced into a 3-6, 3-6 double play. He slaps this one foul out of play. Hey, the second game of that doubleheader, Tom?
Yeah.
9-7.
It was 9-7.
Yeah. Rangers sweep that doubleheader with 9-7, 21 combined hits in that game.
Wow.
Goodness. 1-1. Off the plate.
For Stanton, that's his 12th home run in July in 65 at bats. That's a pretty good pace if you say 650 at bats is a full season, play every game.
120
home runs. 120. A pretty good year.
Yeah. I'd sort of forgotten that he batted this inning. He let it off with that home run. 2-2. There's a swing and a miss. Gordon strikes out, and that ends the inning. 5 more runs though for the Marlins. Last of the 8th. Rangers need to fire it up in a rather significant way. Internet misreading that. It's been a tough one tonight. Bottom of the 8th inning as we look ahead. Yeah, really, we're looking ahead to Friday's pitching matchup, our AT&T pitching matchup. Chris Tillman for the Orioles. It's been a struggle for him, a 701 earned run average, and Andrew Kashner will have the start for the Rangers. 3-game series with Baltimore. Here's Rougned Odor. We start at the bottom of the 8th inning, and Whitgren back out for some more work. Fouled away, the count 0-2. Odor tonight, hitless in 3 tries. Yesterday, one of 3 Rangers with at least 1 home run. Gallo hit a pair yesterday. This ball smacked out toward right field and drops in and gets past Ichiro. Odor will cruise to second base as a leadoff double in the 8th inning.
There have been some ropes in this game. The Rangers had some of their own. It's been mostly Miami, but the last 3 or 4 innings, the Rangers have hit some rockets themselves. Rookie's been swinging the bat well. First time he's had something to show for it. But he's had some good swings tonight.
So he's out there at second base now for Jonathan Lucroy. 1 for 3, singled his last time up and fouls off strike 1. Not all he fouled off. Muto lost his face mask at the transaction. Good bit of wind tonight. This Wednesday evening. At game time, our game time temperature was 97 degrees. Wind has continued to move all night, but kind of picking up a little bit as we've moved on. Roller up the middle. That one a base hit. Odor had to go back to second momentarily, so he'll only make it to third. But a double and a single starts this 8th inning.
You see the slider, the way he held the ball and let go of it. Jonathan hits the ball sharply. Odor does the right thing. Well, actually, he could have gone to third on that. Ball was hit to his left. But in this situation, when you're down by 13 runs, I guess you don't want to take a chance.
Not Joey Gallo.
Name of the game. Sorry, Dave.
Yeah. With a healthy rip. So he had an infield hit earlier tonight. More on Gallo. Let's check in with Emily Jones.
Well, the evolution of Joey Gallo this season continues to be a storyline. And in talking to him today, he said, you know, technically I'm not a rookie anymore. He's got enough service time. But he said, you know, once you get that full season under your belt, the guys will let up off you a little bit. He said, in this clubhouse, I am still a rookie and I'm treated accordingly. But he said he's getting used to, you know, his brand of baseball and what he feels comfortable in his game. And you've seen it, not necessarily in that at-bat, but you've seen it. Or actually he did. He got an RBI, for goodness sake. He's being comfortable in what he is as a player. So that's something that will we'll continue to watch as the season progresses.
Thanks, Emily. I like the fact that you're talking about that today. He seemed flat out content to be treated as a rookie. He said, sure. You know what? Adrian Beltre says I'm a rookie. Then guess what? I'm a rookie.
And Adrian Beltre was a rookie at one time, too. And he went through it.
Well, he gets an RBI on that play. Also gets Lucroy out to second base.
I think it's a lot easier to be a rookie today than it was 50 or 60 years ago. By the sounds of it, the old timers way back when, they weren't that easy on rookies. They actually resented them in a lot of cases. Looked at it like some rookie's going to come up and take a veteran's job. They didn't appreciate that.
Yeah, it's funny, the old Wally Pip as a verb kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
He's like, wait, you're trying to Wally Pip me? 1-1, and this one bounced toward third, but that is a foul ball. Just foul. Nice job by Dietrich down there at third base. Gomez came in the 6th inning as a pinch hitter and got a sac fly out of the at bat. It was a bases loaded spot with just one out. It looked like the Rangers had a real opportunity to sneak in the game. But they would have to settle for 3 runs in the inning. And since then, the Marlins have added on significantly. 1-2. That'll even it up. Whitgren got the final out last inning. Fills the count now to Gomez. It's a full count. Gomez fouls off what would have been ball four. I suppose worth explaining what it would have meant to be Wally Pipp. Wally Pipp was the first baseman who lost his job to Lou Gehrig before Lou Gehrig then ran off 2,130 consecutive games played for the Yankees.
Did Wally Pipp get hurt?
And he was hurt, right.
And that's how Lou Gehrig got the chance.
Yeah. And then it was a long time before.
Not that it wasn't going to happen sooner or later, but
yeah. Gomez draws the walk here. The Rangers have a couple of base runners. Pipp ended up, I don't know, traded whatever, ended up with the Cincinnati Reds.
I would think back in those older days, there were more cases of players who were injured trying to play through injuries to avoid that, possibly, than there are now. Speaking of injuries, here comes the trainer.
Yeah, that's not a good look for Nick Whitgren. You don't like to see the trainer coming out, so not an official visit, just a medical visit here to make sure that Whitgren's okay. Not real sure what they saw. I'll give Whitgren a chance to throw one or two here. Let's take a look at the last pitch. Looks like they're looking, at the lower body. These angles, let's see here. Oh yeah. Yeah, looked like he missed his landing spot or something there. But he says he's fine, so he's staying in. Two men on, one out for Shin-Soo Choo. Choo 0 for 3 with a walk and has scored a run tonight. Whitgren only the third pitcher tonight for the Marlins. Jose Urena started, went 5 innings, gave up 5 runs on 4 hits. And lefty specialist Harlan Garcia stayed in for a little while once he joined the game. And now Whitgren. Garcia won an inning in 2/3. Two and one.
I don't know that anyone's distinguished themselves in the pitching department today for either team.
Not a pretty night. Not a pretty night. Although it was pretty cool that Jeremy Jeffress was able to go 2 1/3 in relief today. The first batter he faced hit a home run, but after that was pretty good.
Yeah, he was real good after that. In fact, he had a great 6th inning. He struck out the side.
Now Choo draws the walk. That loads him up. Whitgren not happy about that. And neither is Don Mattingly. Skipper out there says, yeah, that's it. I've seen enough. Whitgren is done, and now the Marlins go a little deeper into their bullpen. Bottom of the 8th inning, and this thing far from over tonight. Get back to action here at the bottom of the 8th inning. Hey, MLB.tv every night, every device. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live. Plus, get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Just go to MLB.tv for details. Drew Steckenrider has made his appearance in this game. He's called up today from the New Orleans Baby Cakes.
New Orleans Baby Cakes?
That's it, partner.
Wow.
It is, it's a new era.
Well, Drew has been up and down 4 times this year. One of those guys that's a quality AAA pitcher, deserves to be in the big leagues, been back and forth 4 different times. He's got options, and when they've had a need, he's gotten the call. Good arm, 95 miles an hour with that pitch.
Elvis Andrus fouls one off. The count 0-2. Well, this double his first time up. 1 for 4 tonight. Well, bases loaded. 1 out. Bottom of the 8th inning. A grand slam here would shave about 1/3 of the deficit off. Well, shave exactly 1/3 of the deficit off. Oh, Andrews not going to get it. That strikeout, 2nd out of the inning.
Steckenrider rode that one up there at 97 miles an hour.
There is Mazzara 0 for 2 with a walk and a sac fly. Steckenrider right in there going after Mazzara. So do you know what a baby cake is?
Nope.
Yeah.
I've heard it used before, but I don't know what it is. Do you?
Kind of learning on the fly.
I don't think you'd ask me that question if you didn't know, would you?
I mean, so let me see if I understand this right. During Mardi Gras, they had the king cake, and you're looking in the king cake.
What's that?
There's a it's a Mardi Gras tradition. It's a cake with a little baby in it.
That's a baby cake, a cake with a baby in
Oh,
it.
no, that's a king cake. It has a little baby in it, I think, like a little plastic baby.
See,
or
like
something.
you've been to Stanford, I expect a little better explanation.
No, I mean,
than
listen,
this.
I mean, that's about as good as it's going to get from
Okay,
me.
all right, I'll have to accept it then.
And
But I'm not going to try to explain it to anybody else.
I don't know that I give it a shot. Kind of disappointed that I brought it up myself.
Well, there's no going back now.
There's something about the Mardi Gras, though. They like to stick things in food because when I was in college, I remember it was like New Year's or something. I was at a restaurant and they had this stuff called Hoppin' John.
What do we got going on here? Telling Adrian to get in the
Adrian to move out of the way. Oh boy, he's just been ejected.
Kicked him out of the game. Come on.
That is one of the strangest things I've seen. And now Jeff Bannister out. And he's going to have a word with Jerry Davis as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if Bannister ends up getting ejected as well. That is just absolutely nuts. Davis.
People move away from the batting circle all the time. What it does is it makes it less likely that you're going to get hit by a foul ball or a bat that goes flying.
And no one actually warms up in the batting circle, and now Bannister's been ejected. But that is a strange turn of events.
Well, here's the strange turn of events. You've probably got, I don't know, several thousand people that have stayed into the wee hours in a 18-6 game for one reason. They wanted to see Adrian hit again. That, I don't know. It could have been managed a little bit better.
I mean, look, Beltre sealed his fate when he moved the batting circle.
Yeah.
But it was an absurd conversation to be having anyway. And I will say this, Adrian, Elvis, all of them, they're commonly that side of the batter's circle.
Yeah, and in an 18-6 game, who cares?
Who cares? Exactly.
And if he's been standing there the whole game, why now?
That's an all-timer right there. Once he was told, move back to the batting circle or get in the batting circle, he said, okay, I'll just move it over here.
Come on.
That is unfortunate to say the least. See Rob Drake stepping in there to try and prevent further conversation. Mazar, meanwhile, follows with a base hit into left field. And that gets a couple of runs home. Mazar with the 2-run single after the ejection. Single, a 2-run double. So let's go back to last inning. Now look at the bottom of your screen. And look at the on-deck hitter.
Yeah, and it's not that uncommon to see a batter. I mean, if you're going to take some swings, you want to take swings on the dirt anyway. You don't want your cleats getting caught in the rubberized material that makes up that little circle. And so you step away to simulate what it feels like in the batter's box. And it's something that, you don't even look down and notice it when a guy's not in the batting circle. And Napoli's not even close to it right now, and that's probably intentional. But, why it would come up 3.5 hours into the game in the 8th inning before Adrian's getting a chance to bat for the 5th time when it's been going on the whole game is just something that I'd like to know the reason why. I can't imagine that Miami complained about it and brought it to the umpire's attention. What do they care in an 18-6 game? Don Mattingly's not going to do that. Probably didn't stand in the circle himself when he played. I'll be honest with you, I don't even notice that until then.
No, I don't
It's so commonplace to look down there. And, there's a lot of times where you'll see the grass worn out where the hitter stands, like where Knapp is right now, because that's the most comfortable spot to watch the pitcher and watch the hitter and get ready to hit. And you kind of feel bad for the groundskeeper because he's put the circle down there, and you hope the guy's staying close to it, not on the grass, blah, blah, blah. So it's not like this is a rule that all of a sudden is being enforced. It's never been enforced. Never seen it before. Why now?
Well, that shot right there tells you half the story. It's mostly just a place to put stuff. I mean, honestly, that's where the weighted bats are, pine tar rags. You put them there. That's always sort of been the case.
Well, the other thing is, did the circle get moved back to where it was before?
No,
it didn't.
It's left where
so
Adrian.
If the circle is okay where it is now, then how do you get kicked out of the game for moving it there?
1-2 to DeShields. By the way, Delano DeShields hitting now for Beltre.
I just have to hear the explanation of why then did that get called. When the fans that stayed, for the most part, stayed for one reason, to get a chance to see Adrian hit one more time. He got a walk, a home run, and 2 doubles in the ball game.
Scene of the crime right there.
With the bat on top of that circle, how are you supposed to stand on top of that circle anyway? You can't take a swing there without breaking your ankle.
Shields bloops it out into right field. Coming on for it is Ichiro Suzuki, and the inning is done. So the Rangers pick up 3 runs in the 8th inning, but they lose Adrian Beltre and Jeff Bannister to ejections. We go to the line. For the Unlimited Baseball break, brought to you by T-Mobile. Some news and notes around baseball. Eduardo Nunez traded from the Giants to the Red Sox for a couple of minor league pitchers last night. Jose Altuve, by the way, extended his hitting streak to 18 games. He's hitting .525. He leads Major League Baseball with a .494 average in July. Indians, a couple of grand slams yesterday. The second one, a walk-off. And the first team in history to pull that trick is Brett Nicholas. Pitching in this 9th inning. First pitch swinging, bounced to third base. Gallo just over to third, and he throws this one past Napoli, and it'll probably be a base hit. Brett Nicholas, first position player to take over on the hill since Hoying did it last July. 12th time the Rangers have had to go this route. It was a base hit, by the way, for Stanton.
I don't think Brett envisioned his first appearance after being called up on the mound, but what a nice opportunity to say you pitched in a game. Basically what you're doing here is lobbing the ball over until they make 3 outs. Don't hurt anything.
One hit sharply down toward the right field corner. That'll be extra bases. Stanton will head to third where they'll throw up the stop sign. And Christian Yelich, what a night. Another double for him. A home run and 3 doubles tonight.
5 doubles in 2 days.
This point just showing off. 23 doubles for the year. So second and third, nobody out, and it brings up Marcell Ozuna. And Brett Nicholas called up for this series as insurance at catcher if needed. And he ends up his first appearance as pitcher as this one smacked out to the alley in right field. Stanton will score. Yelich in on his heels. A ringing double by Ozuna. It adds to the damage. 20-8 the score. Crazy thing is in this one, Tom, the story tonight has nothing to do with the 28 runs or 30 hits we have seen. The story tonight is the bizarre ejection of Adrian Beltre.
Yeah, that's one that's pretty tough to explain when you. It's just an afterthought if you happen to look down. It's like looking in the coach's box down the third baseline and see if the third base coach is in the coach's box, which they never are. It's like, you know, why don't you go over there now and tell the third base coach to stand in the coach's box?
This one drilled out toward right center field. Around third base, Ozuna. And a double by Realmuto. And it's 21-8.
Suzuki.
9 runs in the 4th inning, 2 in the 7th, 5 runs in the 8th, already 3 here in the 9th inning for the Marlins. They hit a couple of home runs in the first 3 batters of the game. That is the night we have had.
I'll tell you, if you look down to the field, I don't think you'll ever see a batter in the batter circle. Right now, Dietrich in their batter's box is not in it. Adrian wasn't in it. No one's in it. It's just something you have to hear an explanation of why it was brought up 3.5 hours into a game where every guy in the game had done the same thing.
Wayne was, or Davis rather, was telling him to get in the circle, get closer to the circle, whatever the case. It doesn't. It's just such a silly.
It just doesn't matter.
Thing.
It doesn't matter. Let it go. It's not affecting the game. No one else noticed it.
Oh, an Ephus, and that one lined into left field. Ichiro Suzuki stayed with that. And they're on the corners with nobody out in the 9th inning.
Darvish and Derek Dietrich.
Well, that's definitely a pitch that a major league hitter is not used to hitting. That's why Ichiro looked a little awkward swinging at it. Well, he got the ball. He got the bat on the ball. And as he's done in his career, he found a hole with that blooper.
I do think that hit was an historic one for him. No, he's already passed Rock Kuru. Never mind. Already has the most hits of any player born outside the U.S. Another Ephus, and this one lashed out to center field. Gomez, though, is there. Tagging at third, Realmuto. He'll score on the sac fly. 1 away. Marlins with 22 runs.
First baseman Tyler Moore.
You know, about 2 innings ago, this was one of the more forgettable games that I've ever seen. It's suddenly become one of the more memorable games. Tyler Moore, he is Running with a man on and 1 out, and lifts this one into short right field. Mazzara makes the play, 2 out.
Shortstop Mike Aviles.
And here is Mike Aviles. After this game, the Marlins will be headed home. They'll begin a homestand tomorrow night against the Cincinnati Reds. And then the Washington Nationals to follow. Rangers have the day off tomorrow. Brett Nicholas to the plate, 1-0. And that one is popped up. And Nicholas takes care of it. And that ends the inning. 4 more runs score. Brett Nicholas does a solid for the Rangers.
Too downright strange here at Globe Life Park in Arlington. Been a rough night so far for the Rangers, an eventful one, and we're going to talk about all of it coming up on the post-game show, Rangers Eye, presented by Frontier Communications. You will not want to miss what Mark McLemore and Darren Oliver have to say about this. We will hear from Jeff Bannister, Adrian Beltre as well, so stick with us. It's all coming up here in just a bit. Dave?
Yeah, well, thanks, Dana. And that's a guy who's going to have some questions to answer. We'll see if he talks to a pool reporter tonight. Try and figure out exactly what was going on in the 8th inning. Here's Jerry Davis, crew chief for this 4-man crew. He was in the middle of things in that 8th inning. Well, anyway, Brian Ellington on to pitch this 9th inning for the Marlins. And Napoli swings and misses. It's 0-2.
Ellington pitched in last night's game and struggled. Came in to pitch in the 5th inning. Only pitched a third of an inning, gave up a walk, 3 hits, and was credited with 4 runs allowed.
Banks that one off the plate, 1-2.
Got a big arm. Fastball reaches the upper 90s. Didn't look last night like he had much in the way of an off-speed pitch to go along with it. And the Rangers had some pretty good swings at it, no matter what the velocity was.
Two and two the count. Full count. So Allington working with a, let's see, carried 1 minus. Well, he's working with a 14-run lead. He's just right over the plate. Napoli, see how far he can hit it. That one goes foul. It stays full.
Better chance to get a foul ball now. Not as much competition. The upper deck after 4 hours is jumping up and down, so it was worth the wait.
That's why you stay.
I don't think he expected to get one way back there, but he's getting his picture taken.
3-2.
Oh,
Napoli hit by the pitch. Heads to first.
Allington just trying to get through this last inning. Definitely not trying to do this. The ball just got away from him. And unfortunately, no matter what the intent is, you get hit by a 97 mile an hour pitch. That's not fun.
Here's Odor. Allington's going to get a visit.
Yeah, it's tough for a young pitcher. He's struggling with his command. He's trying to establish himself at the big league level. And now he's in a game where he's got a 14-run lead. There's no one warming up in the bullpen. He's hit the first batter. He's behind on the second batter. He knows there's no one warming up. So he's got to take a deep breath and figure out how to throw strikes and get out of the inning.
Ground ball, first base. At least to second one. The relay back to first base gets away, and Odor is safe. 3-6 on the putout.
The catcher,
Rookie doesn't have a lot to show for the night. He's 1 for 5, but he's had a lot of good swings in the ball game. He had a pop-up that he just missed, got underneath it. Had a hard shot that he hit to second base. So 1 for 5 doesn't sound great, but if you're just looking for solid contact and good swings, this was a good game for Rookie. Right on everything.
Jonathan Lucroy. Couple of hits tonight. Takes ball 1. Lucroy from Louisiana. Maybe he'd have a better explanation of the baby cakes mascot.
Maybe. Yeah, he should.
I'm sure he could tell us about Hoppin' John. I was starting to tell you, Hoppin' John. I got this once on New Year's Eve. It's like a good luck thing. It's some sort of beans, bacon kind of casserole deal, and then they put a dime, I think, in their big pot of Hoppin' John. And if you get the dime in your bowl, well, that's good luck.
You get the dime in your bowl and crack your teeth and go to the dentist. You're going to be really happy to get that dime for good luck, aren't you?
Lucky you. Here's ball 4. Lucroy takes the walk. He's got a hit batter and a walk in the inning.
the third baseman, Joey.
Allington probably did not get the dime in his bowl of Hoppin' John. The way this one's going. Trying to work quickly as Joey Gallo steps in. And Joey lifts it foul out of play. Rip. 0-2 on Gallo. Out Rangers. Trying to find a way to push it across the goal line, maybe get the onside kick. Down to just 2 outs remaining. It's the only hope at this point. up and away. 1-2 the count. Odor at second. Lucroy at first. I mean, they've had some runners in this game. Rangers have had opportunities. Left 8 men on. Now 2-2.
Well, at least after this game, we have an off day at home tomorrow.
Yes.
These guys have to go
They
back
gotta
home
travel
and play
tonight, you're
tomorrow.
right. Already an hour later back home for them.
Yeah.
And they still have to make that long trip.
All right, Joey, 3-2. Get yourself a fastball. See how far you can hit one right here. I'm looking in the upper deck. Oh. 98 miles an hour. Good swing at it. A little more out over, a little more out over the plate, though. A lot of fans stayed to see the end of this 4-hour marathon.
I'm pretty impressed.
They deserve to see something good right here. Rangers have had a good game, 10 hits and 8 runs. Can't complain about that.
Oops, there's another walk. So 2 walks and a hit batter in this 9th inning. Well, for Ellington, I'm not sure how I would describe what he must be thinking.
And, you know, in this kind of a game, I feel bad for the kid.
Yeah.
He's out there trying his heart out to get through the inning. And, you know, whether it's your team or even a visitor's team, the guy's a big league player. You just hate to see someone struggling like this. No one warming up in the bullpen. There's really not a safety net right now. It's not just tonight. He had a little bit of a struggle last night as well.
One strike offering to Gomez. Look out, that one got him. Second hit batter in the inning.
You know, after a while, he's not doing that on purpose, but after a while, it doesn't matter. You got someone out there that can't throw the ball over the plate, and you guys are getting drilled by 98-mile-an-hour fastballs. You kind of lose the right for the team that's getting hit to have any patience. Got 6 or 7 other guys out in the bullpen. It's getting ridiculous now.
Goodness gracious.
One thing, I'd stand on the other side of the batter's box.
Juan Nieves heads out there once again to have a word with Ellington, and they do get some activity in the bullpen. Dustin McGowan loosening up, and I get it for Don Mattingly. I mean, in a game when you're leading going into this inning by 14 runs, the last thing you want to do is burn another arm.
No, it is.
But that's the spot he's in all of a sudden. 2 hit batters, 2 walks. A run is in. Now Chu. And he shoots one to the left side out of play. This one hit well left side again. Also deeply foul. So Chu, a couple of good swings. Walked 2 times tonight, scored a run. 9 runs, 10 hits for the Rangers. Ellington's 0-2. And this one down the first base side, snagged by Elise. He'll go to the bag and force out Chu for the second out of the inning. It does get a run home though. Makes it a 22-10 game.
what's called a stab in the dark right there and hope that your glove makes contact with the ball. It did, right in the middle of the glove.
At least Tyler Moore with that play first point. He did not look comfortable with that one. And here's Elvis. And he pops this one up, foul out of play. Andrews over that on deck circle. And a little bit to the bat. 1 for 5. Rangers down to their final strike. 2 runs in this 9th inning. 2 men in scoring position, and Ellington just trying to fight his way through it. Wild affair here this evening at Globe Life Park, final game in this series, and Andrews swings and foul tips that one. Well, we mentioned a day off tomorrow, and then the Orioles in town. Rangers saw Baltimore on that last trip and had a tough time of it at a 4-game series at Camden Yards, so they want to return the favor when Baltimore swings through here Friday through Sunday. 0-2 from Ellington, and this one popped up, might be playable near home plate. And underneath it, Real Muto, he'll put it away, and that one ends the ball game. Rangers get a couple more in the 9th inning, but they fall short tonight, 22-10, in a bizarre final game of this 3-game series. Stay with us. Dana Larson, Mark McLemore, Darren Oliver. They'll be back to talk about so much from this one. The Darvish start, the incident with Adrian Beltre, Yelich and his continued dominance of Rangers pitching as well. For Tom Grieve, Emily Jones, and our entire crew, this is Dave Raymond inviting you to stay with us. Rangers Live postgame show starts right after this.